Thank you. Uh, I've always wanted to be a judge. It is now 7 o'clock. We'd like to welcome everybody who is here in our makeshift council chambers. And we're also welcome everybody who is on Zoom and YouTube for the meeting of the West Jordan City Council. At present, we have in council chambers, we have Councilmember McConaughey, Councilmember Pat, Councilmember Bloom, Councilmember Green, who is acting as chair, and Councilmember Jacob. Joining us by Zoom, so you may hear the voice from heaven, is Councilmember Whitelock, and she is joining us electronically as permitted by Utah Code. We always do this, a reminder when a council member joins us by an electronic meeting to remind the council member that to be in the meeting electronically, that means your camera's on and we get to see you. Otherwise, you've stepped off the dais when you turn the camera off. With that being said, rumor has it we have a motion after the pledge. Okay, what we will do is now proceed to the Pledge of Allegiance. I understand Meg Young's SBO president, is that right? Is going to lead us from Copper Hills High, is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. What's your name? Colton Wynn is going to say the pledge. She delegated, Alan, already. That's why she's SBO president. So Colton Wynn from Copper Hills High, you must be a student body officer, is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please go ahead. Yes, push the button on the right.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You want me to?
Would you like the motion now or after citizen comment?
It's up to you.
Okay. I'll go ahead and offer the motion now. There are quite a few people here for a number of different items that we have on the agenda. And in the interest of helping the most people the quickest, I'd like to give the chair a little bit of flexibility with the order of items on the agenda. Therefore, I move to suspend the rules to allow the chair to take items out of order as necessary.
Do you have a specific order in mind? You're going to put this on me. Thanks, Chris.
Giving you flexibility, not chains.
I'll second that.
I have a motion from Councilmember McConaughey and a second by Councilmember Jacob. All those in favor of suspending the rules and allowing me to do whatever the heck I want with the agenda items.
Can we have discussion? I'd like to know the rationale.
Yeah, go ahead. I can. Discussion to the motion. Thank you. Kayleen, please.
I just want to know the rationale because we have people here. Well, all I see is the back of their heads, but I can see students. I can tell they're Copper Hills by the colors. And I see people that I recognize from other meetings for the first agenda item. So, I mean, I guess we could move reports later. I just wondering what.
Go ahead, Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you. So the thought process was if there are more people here for the street renaming item, then we can move that first. If there are equal numbers, then we would take things in order. There's also, however, the question of the water board member. And I know Councilmember Jacob has other obligations. So potentially taking that one out of order as well. But the thought was once we get to that portion of the meeting after citizen comments, the chair could do a quick request for raise of hands to see who's here for which item, and then we could allow a judgment call to be made to see if in order makes the most sense or if it's more helpful to juggle. So that's the rationale.
Okay, thank you. I like to have the students in our meeting as long as possible. I think it's good for them.
Councilmember Whitelock wants to send you to detention.
No, I
I'm
think it's
just
good for
giving
them
you
to
a
be
hard
involved
time.
in our government.
Yep, I agree. I have a motion from Councilmember McConaughey to suspend the rules. Councilmember Jacob gave us a second. All those in favor of suspending the rules say aye. Any
I,
opposed? I was going to say nay, but I'm not because I don't want to do a roll call vote. So I will say yes so that it's unanimous so we don't do a roll call vote. With that being said, we are going to do public comment first, and then we'll do that one, and then we'll decide where we go from there. So public comment, if you're here to speak about Welby West development, if you're here to speak about the ordinance and the resolution for Copper Hills, for the new Bingham Highway rename, you will have a separate opportunity to do public comment. If you want to address the council on any other thing, you will have 3 minutes. We ask that your public comment, it's your opportunity to address the city council. You can speak on any topic, but if, like I said, if you're going to talk about New Bingham Highway or Welby West, we can wait for those public hearings to come up in a minute. You have 3 minutes to speak. Normally in council comment, we will not respond to you. But if there is an issue and we can hook you up with the appropriate staff member, a member of the mayor's staff may reach out to you, or a member of the council staff may reach out to you. We do request that you help maintain the decorum of the minutes or decorum of the meeting, and we do not accept anonymous comments. The first thing so what I'm going to do is do public comments first here in the building, in the room, and then we will go to Zoom online. So if there's anybody here that would like to make public comments, please step up to the podium now, and you have 3 minutes to address the council. I see no public comments here in our council chambers. If you are online, please raise your hand. If you are on phone, press *9 to raise your hand. Councilmember McConaughey.
Just watching those who are online, we have 2 participants, but neither has raised their hand in the Zoom.
Thank you. I'm just going to go going once, going twice, going 3 times for the Zoom residents, or the Zoom participants. We see no hand. Therefore, I am going to close public comments and move to the next part of the agenda. Mayor, I think based on at least some of the council sentiment, your reports are going to slide a little bit, if you're okay with that. Although, you know what? I think there's some of these things because we have so many citizens. You know what, Mayor? I'm going to say please proceed with your report and the CAO's report because there are so many people here. Please proceed.
I'm pretty good at being short, so I'll try to do that. Last week was Utah League of Cities and Towns conference. That took a lot of my time. It was a great place. I think it was great to be there. Councilmember Green and Councilmember Bloom was there as well. Thank you for attending that. We had several staff members. Some of them presented. We had Dave Quayle who presented, Tawny presented, and Dave Quayle presented. And they did a fantastic job. They represent our city very well. And we are in good position with the league. And now we're in a better position as the city because of the things that we learned at the league conference, which was just held right here in Salt Lake City, which was great. And then I also attended just today, this morning, which is why I'm wearing this bike, the Active Transportation Committee meeting with Wasatch Front Regional Council. However, to the person who runs that from the Wasatch Front Regional Council end, his name is Hugh, and I saw him on the way home from the Utah League of Cities and Towns. He wasn't there. He was at another meeting. He was there another day. But anyway, I happened to see him on tracks with his bike, going to coming home from another meeting. And I just thought, isn't that great? Here's somebody who preaches, and he does what he preaches, and he walks the walk, and he also bikes the bike. So that was great. The meeting that we had today, we had lots of discussion on trying to improve safety for those who participate in active transportation, those who are walking, those who ride bicycles. We've talked about some of the injuries and crashes that have happened to people who have been involved in automobile, pedestrian, and automobile bicycle things, and some things that we can help do to help decrease that number. And so you'll be hearing some more about that as we look at some things, adjustments we may want to make in our city as well. During the time of the league conference, Chamber West was meeting and having their strategic planning. I couldn't be at two places at once, so fortunately Chris Pangra attended the Chamber West events for me and did a fantastic job. I heard back from Chamber West and they were impressed with the input that he did and the way that he worked with the other businesses to help promote West Jordan. Also, while I was there, EDC Utah had their strategic planning during Utah League of Conference time, so Chris Pangra filled in for me at that as well. So he felt he did a lot of work last week, and they made some good strides on helping to include other communities. So economic development is going well in the state of Utah and continues to go well in the city. And I followed up with that today by attending their board meeting with EDC Utah and working out some of their strategies. And we had an opportunity, for those who haven't heard, we opened up Maple Hills Park. We had our grand opening there, and we cut the ribbon for it, and that park is open. If you haven't visited that park, you'll want to go do that. I took my grandchildren over there, and my 30-year-old grandson was riding his bike on the bike tracks around Maple Hills Park, and his older brothers were envious that he was doing so well. So go check it out. If you're a bicyclist and you don't have my active transportation pin, raise your hand, and I'll bring that over to you. Okay, raise it later. But if you want to go visit the park over there at Maple Hills Park, check it out. It's really cool. And I'll keep it to that for now. Thank you.
And what the mayor failed to tell everybody is that the mayor has been selected to be a board member on the Utah League of Cities and Towns Executive Board. Isn't that correct? It's the executive board. And so the mayor should be able to have some good, the mayor and the city should have some inside input into how Utah League of Cities and Towns operates. So thank you for stepping up, Mayor. Mr. Lee.
I just have one department I'd like to report to you. If I may have Isaac, who represents the Public Services Department, give you a couple of introductions.
Council members, I'm excited to introduce you to two new staff members. A few of you have met the first person I'm going to introduce, but Ashley Dupler, if she can come up, she's been with the city for almost 2 months now, but she's our new events manager. She comes to us from Seattle through Seattle from New York. Yeah, the long way. Took a turn. We're really excited for her to be here. She's done a great job so far, and I don't know if you want to tell anybody about yourself.
So, yeah. Thank you, Council. I look forward to working with all of you. We've worked 2 months in, a couple large events, and I look forward to working for you all as well to offer some more events and just opportunities for the community. It's a great city so far, great team to work with, great people to work with, so look forward to the coming years. So thank you.
And if you haven't noticed, I'm going to throw that in just to interject. If you haven't noticed, she's actively involved in even though it's short term, she's actively involved in the Veterans Day presentation coming up on November 11th.
Yes. I will respond to your email.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ashley.
Mr. Rastel, please continue.
The second one is Tyler Crawford. He is our new Parks Project Manager, which is one of the new positions that was approved this year. with everything that's going on and the growth in the city, we've really needed somebody to head and oversee the parks design and projects and review of developments to make sure that everything is to our spec and the things that we need. I'm excited we were able to get a resident of West Jordan and a previous employee of South Jordan.
Oh, anything we can steal from
Thank you,
South
council.
Jordan.
I'm excited to be here as well. Been here for 3 days now and have loved it. Love the people that are here. Look forward to getting to know everybody and seeing everybody out there. I encourage you, as the mayor said, to go visit the park and spend time outside. It's one of my passions, something I've been doing for over 10 years, and excited to continue to do it here in West Jordan. So thank you.
Just like to thank you guys for the support that you give our department and the positions that we've been able to fill and support the public.
Thank you, Mr. Astle. Mr. Lee, anything else from the city administrator's office?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, now we get to go to the fun part of this. Thank you. Now, how do you want to proceed, Councilmember McConaughey? It was your motion. Do you have any suggestions?
I would probably defer first to Councilmember Jacob, knowing he has other commitments for the item that he's potentially involved with. But after that, I would suggest looking for a raise of hands on the public hearing items.
Okay.
Let's do the public hearing items first.
Okay, so we get to decide which public hearings we go first. So I'm going to ask, how many of you are here for the renaming? Let me start in order. How many of you are here for 5A on the Welby West project? Okay.
That intend to speak. Are you here intending to speak? Not just here to watch, but here intending to speak. That is different. And all of those that are here to for the rename of New Bingham Highway that intend to speak, please raise your hand. Okay, it's a tie.
I'd say we stick to the schedule.
Okay, we're going to stick with the schedule. Looks like I've got 2 or 3 nods with sticking with the schedule. We will move to item 5A. This is a petition by Todd Enberry, Canyonstone Capital, for a master development agreement and a rezone. Actually, it's a petition for a master development agreement, a change in the future land use map, and a rezone for the property located at I'm going to say the corner of 90th South and 4800 West. With that, we normally turn the time over to the applicant for a presentation. So, Mr. Anberry, please come forward, give us your presentation. Who is the staff? Oh, it's Taylor. Where did I see Taylor? Just be ready to answer questions. Okay. And so we will now turn the time over to Mr. Anberry with Canyonstone Capital for a presentation on this particular project. Make sure you push the right button on that, will you? So we can hear. Thank you.
How about that? Does that work?
That works better. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you. Thank you very much. And students, I apologize. I promise I will be as fast as I could go through this. I did want to start and thank City Council, city staff. We've had a lot of city staff involved, as well as neighbors. We have quite a few neighbors here. I have met with, I think, every single one of you that's here tonight. And we've spent a lot of time together, probably more than you want to spend with me. And we appreciate everything that we've gotten to and everything we've been able to accomplish together. And I'm very proud of what we're going to present tonight. My 12-year-old son asked me to share a joke first, if you indulge me. He just broke his arm last week, had 2 surgeries. It was kind of nasty. But he wanted me to share that I wrote my original presentation on perforated paper. As Kelvin would agree, it's terrible. So
The mayor,
it's kind of funny, right?
The mayor appreciates your humor.
The mayor likes that one.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Yeah, students? Okay, sorry. I'll get to the point. So, Alan, if you don't mind just clicking through, I know your clicker's dead. I did buy a $9 Amazon pointer, so we'll go through it really quick. So we're presenting tonight what is. Does it work?
I'm gonna watch your
Oh,
screen
okay.
because I don't. My screen's tied.
Oh, this is phenomenal. Except for you can't
My screen's tied to something
see it
else.
on the screen. Okay. So
Yes.
the revised proposal that we're going through here is for the 11.54 acres. This was heard back in May and then again in June as was continued from that hearing. Approximately 7 acres of that is currently zoned neighborhood commercial SC2, 4.5 acres approximately R110. We are proposing to zone the entire property, 11.54 acres, to PRDM, which is a revision from the high density to a medium density zone. The general land use was to be medium density as well. I know there's a technicality that maybe Taylor can answer, but we had proposed medium density on the land use as well as medium density on the zoning and limit that to 5.5 units per acre as outlined in the MDA. The density, as it said here, will be governed by the zoning code as well as the master development agreement. We also talked with city attorney's office that we'd be willing to even enter into a covenant that would be recorded against title that would further restrict the density if there was any concern that could ever be changed other than legislatively. As was confirmed in the city staff as well as by the city attorney's office, our plan meets and conforms with city code. Really quick, we'll just go through for the sake of everyone. As everyone knows who's read the news, the market is changing significantly. The biggest thing is interest rates are up. That will have its own effect with prices. Prices will come down. The one shocking fact was the average mortgage went from about $2,300 a year ago on this product type to about $4,200. It's kind of a crazy stat. It blew my mind. The number of homes has sold has decreased. Homes are still selling at a huge number. They're still very expensive, but costs continue to increase year over year. And interest rates are continuing to rise and expected to top 7% by the end of the year. As you can see from the history, we'll go through it really quick. Version 1, everyone's seen, 108 units. Version 2, some of the land use subcommittee comments, including some open space and some other amenities, still saying reduced from 108 to 98. That went through its own process, met with the neighbors. We refined that further to include some items of code that we clearly weren't meeting before. We included a tot lot, community garden, dog park, those kinds of things. Increased the open space, added the trail system, and a few other amenities that weren't included originally. Version 4, which was also presented, went through a neighborhood meeting. Again, changed the configuration of a handful of items, changed the location of the walking path to provide a buffer around the perimeter of the property that was requested by the neighbors. That provides an additional buffer from what the setbacks of the homes. And then version 5, which was the version that last went to Planning Commission, DRC, as well as was at our last city council hearing, 76 lots. It conformed to the PRDH, other than we had, as Calvin pointed out, quite a few, and I apologize, Councilmember Green had quite a few things that were missing in the MDP, which we've since rectified and included those. This was 76 lots. It was still based on, I'll call it an alley load project. The streets were narrow. We did include a few additional guest parking spots, but they were, I'll call them non-traditional streets and right-of-ways. It was more dense and still was not favorable, is what I'll say, as it relates to neighborhood comments. And anyone who loved it can speak up, but I think most of the neighbors still didn't love the 76 lots. That takes it to today. As we mentioned, we've changed the zoning code from PRDH to PRDM, 63 lots. I wanted to note we did spend a lot of time since the last hearing in June. We've been through the council meeting minutes. We've met with the neighbors at a neighborhood meeting. We've met with individual neighbors, all but 3 of the neighbors who backed to the property we've met individually with, either at their kitchen table or in their garage or on their front porch, and spent hours and hours and hours trying to revise the plan to get it to where something they could support. We did include the comments that were shared with us. Some of these comments, these are all city council comments taken directly from the meeting minutes. The economics made it difficult to match the same type of residential development as the neighborhood to the north, and suggested the same type of residential as exists in the neighborhood may not be appropriate along 90th South. Councils wanted to do what was right in putting land to the highest and best use. Pro-business and pro-single-family homes, commented the diversity of the population, enriched the community, spoke of parental and professional experience in the neighborhood, and believed homes would be more sustainable than commercial, and thought starter homes made sense at the subject location. Last two, council's job was to get the best development possible given existing circumstances. Stated the current council was residential development friendly and said they believed commercial was probably not appropriate on the subject property. Suggested a number of public comments received show proposal would have a reasonably negative effect, and so the council could rely on stated citizens' concerns to make decisions. And last, it was expressed the opinion that the planned residential medium density works, PRDM, and would allow 63 homes on the subject property, but planned residential high density would not. So we took that and we said, okay, well, we heard you loud and clear. H doesn't work, high density doesn't work, regardless of the number of units. We had one interim revision that was a PRD H plan with 63. We were told that wouldn't work either, and so we went ahead and changed the zoning to the PRD-M, medium density, 63 lots. One thing that I thought was interesting in our research, the average density of the PRDs that have been approved, there's been 9 approved in the most recent ones that were approved. The average density of those 9 PRD zones was 6.51 units per acre. We're proposing 5.5. Those PRD projects are all but one less than 20 acres. The PRD zone requires 20 to 30 acres, which is interesting because there's other things in there that talk about it should be for planned residential developments that are larger. But again, only one of the 9 that have been recently approved was exceeding the 20 acres. And then the last, which actually surprised me, all of the PRDs of those 9 were subject to density and residential uses or other uses that were similar or lower density. So R110, R112, rural and estate lot zoning. So half acre lots, acre lots, those are all adjacent to PRD-M, PRD-H, and even PRD multifamily. As we keep moving through, we can go to, there we go. This is the list if anyone wanted to see it, what they are. We just put it in the table so everyone could see it if anyone wanted to reference which ones they were, the zoning, the density, etc. Really quick, this is the existing zoning. We did a quick site plan. We went around and met with all the neighbors, all but 3 of the neighbors that we were able to meet with around the property. So there's 18 neighbors that surround it, directly adjacent to it. We met with all of them, and then we met with 4 or 5 others on the other side of the street. Almost everybody that is within the 300-foot radius required by code. This is the first plan we showed them. This is what we called option A. This is what the property is currently zoned for. The uses include car wash. It includes doggy daycare, which was recently approved, a laundromat, dry cleaners, gas station, grocery, nail salon, inline retail, strip mall, etc. Not real enticing uses. This was the plan that was submitted, PRD-M, 63 lots. This is what we're calling option 1. This is what most of the neighbors refer to as option C, just because that's what it was when we showed it to them. There was 3, A, B, and C. This was C, but the reason this was submitted as option 1, as some know, is because this meets the code. This is what we were told by staff. The open space, the way the houses are set up, the trail, the roads. We've changed the roads to right-of-way, typical right-of-way, 51-foot right-of-way, park strip, sidewalk, parking on both sides. We've moved the storm drain and the detention down to the south. We've moved the tot lot down to the south. We've included the trail, which has an open gate access off of 90th South, which was requested by some. And then we've shifted all the lots away, and we've increased the open space to between 35 and 52 feet surrounding those neighbors. So that plus the rear yard setback puts you between, 45 or 45 and 65 feet away from the existing homes. So that's option 1. Option, as we discussed, traditional 2-car driveways, 2-car garages. So we meet code as it relates to parking. 1,800 to 2,500 square foot, 3 to 4 bed, 2 to 3 baths, traditional right-of-way. We've got 2.56 acres of open space divided into multiple areas. We've got barbecue area, picnic area, exercise, walking, biking, etc. We talked about the buffer. And then at the last neighborhood meeting, it was requested by the neighbors that we change the vinyl fence to a precast or a masonry perimeter wall that stands 6 feet tall, which we've agreed to do. These are some example elevations. The code is pretty specific as it relates to what the architectural elevations must be. We've got some pretty specific language that we actually stole from the Jones Ranch MDP that talks about what the architecture, materials, colors, the garages need to be flush or set back. These are examples of homes that would meet that, and these are examples of what could be built on the site. A couple other options. This is option 2, affectionately known as option B to all the neighbors. The big difference here, all the lots on the perimeter, it's still 63 lots. They're all the same size homes, all the same size lots, except for what we did is we heard feedback from some council members as well as neighbors that said, we'd really like to spread the lots out. We're okay with the density, and again, anyone can chime in if I'm wrong, but we're okay with the density. We just want it spread out so it feels a little bit more like a transition and it feels a little more spaced out. I don't have 2 lots in my backyard. I only got 1.5 or whatever it may be. And that does, as you can imagine, impact everyone differently. So depending on where a neighbor lives in the neighborhood, it will impact them differently. The old plan had open space behind them. That would obviously be a benefit, but there was also some who I'm sure will speak up tonight who didn't like that. They don't like the feel of having an open area for people to congregate, to potentially cause mischief, things that I did when I was a younger kid. So this is option 2, also known as option B. As we'll share, 14 of the 18 members, residents that live behind the property voted in favor of this one. They're okay with 63 lots, but they prefer this one with the open space in between. And again, to be really clear, the way we accomplish this is a little tricky, it's a little nuanced, but what we did is we put the open space in between the lots, so took it from the corners where it was clustered, took it and put it in between the lots, which essentially spread those lots out and made them feel like an R18 lot. So these are all 80-foot essentially wide lots. And that open space, I know there was some question in the staff report as to how that would be maintained. We've done this in other projects, and it is literally a note on the plat. The area will be fenced in. It'll be owned by the HOA. It counts towards open space, and that's at City Council's discretion, but it will be maintained by the homeowner. So anyone looking at it would never know that that wasn't part of their yard, and that's a specific agreement with every homeowner that lives there. They'll understand that they have limited common area in their backyard. We have 2 other options, and that's I kind of just explained that, so I'll skip the slide. I'm trying to move quick. A couple other options. We could put the open space in between and not have it be limited common area. It looks a little goofy. Same concept. It still keeps lots wide, just like an R18 lot. It spreads them out. It's still the same number of lots. There's 16 lots around the perimeter, 12 on the north side, exact same number of lots. It just moves the open space to the middle. And then one last lot, which I know I'm going to get slaughtered for even saying the word. You could do it under a PRDH, and this meets the code of a PRDH. Now, I know that's not the preference. I know that's not anyone's preference. No one wants high density, but I'm just showing you an alternative that could be done that meets the spirit of the law, the spirit of what everyone would like, while still meeting city code. So we've got 4 options tonight. 2 of them were presented in your packet. As we said, neighborhood feedback came from neighborhood meetings. We had 4 neighborhood meetings. We had one recently, and then we had door-to-door visits with a lot of neighbors who, again, we appreciate. Everyone was very patient. Everyone asked for the 6-foot precast or masonry wall around the perimeter. They want to make sure there's landscaping with trees along the open space buffer to create additional privacy. There was actually some mixed reviews on having the trail open to 90th South versus closed off. Obviously, some concerns about safety and who can use that trail. That is a proposed public trail. I know there's also some concerns with even having the trail, but obviously the trail was intended to meet what the residents would like to see, which is that additional buffer. The last thing, under no circumstance did anyone want any commercial, except for, I didn't see Nick Yates here. If he is, I want to make sure his voice is heard. He would like some commercial. Alan, do you mind clicking? I'm not having any luck. Oh, whoops, skipped one. Sorry, that might have been me. So here's the petition. This was a couple nights ago when we turned this in. This shows, the map on the left shows who was checked. There was actually 4 more who signed the petition since then. Again, all but one of those preferred option B, which is affectionately known as option 2. 1 preferred option 1, which they know as option C, and no one preferred the existing zoning, the commercial. And we've got, if anyone wanted to see that as an exhibit, we've got the final report here. I did have a couple witnesses with me there, so if anyone wanted to check with them to see that these were real signatures, most of them are here tonight, and they can all verify what they signed for. Real quick, it was mentioned R18 recently. R18 requires 75-foot lots. Option 1 shows 50-foot lots. Option 2 are essentially 80-foot lots, including the open space in between those lots. I know it's a little unconventional, but the idea was how do we meet what the neighbors want and what city council would like. Another nuance, R18 requires a 25-foot rear yard setback, where we've got between 45 and 60 feet of rear yard setback in the PRD zone, which is obviously more than what was required. The R18 surprisingly would have the same number of lots around the perimeter because of that width. So regardless of what you do, PRD versus R18, the number of lots does not change, and we've got exhibits that we can show that as well. And the only other difference is R18 does not have open space requirement, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong. I looked everywhere in code, and I could not find where there was an open space requirement for R18, where we've got between 15.7 and 22.3% open space contained in our PRD zone, our PRD site plans. Utilities, there's a comment in the staff report that I think was a little bit outdated. The comment made it sound as though the utilities were unresolved. Both of the utilities, water and sewer, have been addressed in the MDA very clearly, which staff and we have all agreed to. In addition, I know Greg Davenport's here, and he could talk about, there was a question about sewer, and it says it was unresolved. We were told multiple times that as long as we took sewer to 90th South, or we paid for the system improvements that were required to get it to wherever it needed to get to, that sewer was okay, and I confirmed that again. We've done complete engineering, I shouldn't say complete, we have done an engineering study on the site to look at grade. I know there's some questions about raising the northeast corner, and we've got an exhibit we can show if you'd like to see it. But we have been able to grade the site now that we've actually done a grading plan. We can grade the site without any retaining walls. The retaining wall may be preferable. Jen's here tonight, she may want to talk about it. She's got a drainage issue in her backyard, and we explained that, hey, we can't drain into her backyard, and we're hoping that we can fix that problem that exists today. We've got some great video of the river hunt going through her backyard. Is that what you call it? Yeah, okay. So, so again, that discusses the utilities. Here's the exhibit that shows, and we can give this to anyone that like. It just shows the two options. The top option is no wall. It's got a 3% slope, which is well within code. The bottom one shows if you did put a 3-foot wall in there, you got a 1% slope, which is, again, it's just preference. Last, we talked about traffic. I know there's some concerns about traffic. We did a traffic study in June of 21. After that traffic study was met, we sent it to UDOT. We've since received an email from UDOT verifying that, and Scott, my traffic engineer, is here as well. He was at the UDOT meeting. I can verify we did have the meeting. UDOT said, hey, because of the type of road it is, there's no access allowed, no additional access allowed. They said, and because the intersection meets the level of service per the traffic engineer in study, because it meets that level of service, there's nothing that they would do. The only way they would change that and potentially even allow or even consider allowing access would be if the density was increased to a number that allows or that requires a change to 4800 West. So that's the only case, and that's not what we're proposing, obviously. But we did also confirm that they were willing to adjust the timing of that light, which I know will help a lot of the neighbors in terms of their left-hand turns coming out on from 4800 West down to 90th South. In addition, we did an updated traffic study in September 21, and then we just updated again in September of 22. Again, if you'd like to hear from Scott, the traffic engineer, there was no material change from September of 21 to September of 22 in those traffic studies. The traffic overall represents a 3% increase from the current study with residential 63 lots. Commercial represents about 4 times the amount of traffic that it would with those. Again, really quick, projected demographic, young families with small children, retirees. We won't restrict it to just retirees, but we know there's a single, an SHO overlay, and I'm drawing a blank on what that means, but senior housing overlay, we know that was a lot of the PRDs were single senior housing overlay. We would not want to restrict this to just that demographic, but we definitely think that this is a demographic that will be here, as well as young families. And that's it. Thank you for your time.
Does anybody have questions for the applicant?
I'm sorry.
Councilmember Pat.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ambury. Did you want to, I have a question about the updated traffic study.
Yeah.
That is not included in the staff packet. Wondering
Staff
if you
has
could,
it though, right?
I
don't know.
just wanted to make sure that that would be addressed either by you or by staff.
Yeah, we're happy to address it. Scott could spend a minute if you wanted to hear directly from the traffic engineer.
Which, Chair, do you
The
have
staff,
a preference?
the traffic report was sent in to staff with all the updated materials, so I don't know if it wasn't given out.
There was just a question on public transparency. Public wasn't able to see that.
And I apologize, it was sent to staff. I mean, we're happy to.
Thank you.
We can
Chair,
email a
what
copy
would you
right now if
prefer?
anyone wanted
Do you
to
want
pull it
Mr. Ambury or the traffic engineer after the staff report? Do you have a preference?
That's normally unusual out of council rules. If you want to suspend the rules, we'd have to have that motion.
No, not needing to suspend the rules. I was just, it's a question for Mr. Ambury then. Was there a subsequent traffic study done this year, and what was the results of it?
Yeah, so there was a subsequent study done September of 2022 that updated the September 21 study, and the results were almost identical. I mean, they were materially no different than they were in September 21. It did not change the level of service. It did not impact anything. There weren't any suggested improvements or any negative ramifications from that study. So It was, they did an update memo that was sent in, and again, I'm not sure why it wasn't included, but it was definitely completed.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember McConaughey.
I was just going to say Councilmember Whitelock has has a
Councilmember Whitelock, go ahead.
Thank you. Could we ask the applicant when it was submitted? If it was submitted to our staff, when was it submitted to our staff? Because Councilmember Pack is correct. It is not in our packet, as well as a lot of this wasn't in our packet.
Yep.
And Mr. Amberry is exactly right that those with higher densities, yes, we did approve them. They're senior housing overlays though, and that's why they got the higher density.
So you want me to answer?
When did you submit this? When did you
I'd have
submit
to
that?
look back at emails. I don't know the exact date, but I could get the date if you gave me a minute, and we could see. It was just submitted with all the updated materials
Was that before or after the deadline that it was due to staff?
before the deadline, for sure.
You sure? Because okay, well, I won't argue with you. Anybody else have any other questions before I ask questions? I'm going to ask a couple of pointed questions. I think you've addressed the one. Does this MDA and NDT, I think you've stated this, but I want this on the record. Does the MDA and MDP comply with West Jordan City Ordinance?
Yes, we believe it does. We've been told by city staff and city attorney's office that it does, and the staff report, I think, supports that.
I would disagree with you on the staff report, but I'll get to that. Are you connecting the sewer to Red Spruce, or are you connecting the sewer at 90th?
Right now, the engineering is to connect it all the way to 90th South, 100% of the sewer.
And at what point in 90th South are you going to connect it at? What part of the property are you going to connect it at?
On the east end.
Through the detention pond?
No, through the open space corridor that runs along the east side.
Okay. Next question. On your site plans, what green space, what is actually calculated in the open space?
So only the green space that's shown around the perimeter of the lots. And again, there's nuances, option 1 versus option 2. Option 1, it's everything green around the open space, around the lots. So the north end, the east end, and I don't know if it makes sense to show the site plan again. None of the park strips were included in that. Nothing internal was included in that, just the usable open space around the perimeter.
Does that include the strips outside the fence on 4800 West?
No, it does not. Lars, am I correct? Lars is my engineer.
I'm going to ask you a question. Why don't we have a calculation that shows that so we can verify it?
I wasn't asked for it. We're happy to provide it.
You're in front of the council. It's probably, never mind, I won't go there. Your master development plan states the property slopes from north to south. How do you state that the property slopes from north to south when the property slopes from northeast to southeast?
I should have been more clear. You're right.
I'm sorry, it slopes from southwest to northeast. The highest corner on the property is the corner of 90th and 48th.
I'd have to verify that.
I have verified that.
Okay. So
And
I must have made a mistake then. I apologize.
The corner of 90th, that I can tell you that the middle of 90th and 48th is an elevation of 4,034 feet above sea level, and the corner in the far corner is 4,711 to 4,712. It's 24 feet different, but you're saying the property slopes another way. Why?
I apologize. I made a mistake.
But doesn't that throw off the grading?
I'm not the engineer.
Okay. In your packet, do you have a lighting plan for this MDP as required?
Yeah, we do. We show the
It's not in the MDP I have.
We show the specific streetlights in the site plan, clearly
Okay,
labels.
then I will get to the specifics of the ordinance. The next question is, do you have detailed diagrams for the amenities as required?
I guess as detailed as we thought was necessary at this stage of the game.
Okay, you say that there are full-length driveways. What length is a full-length driveway?
A minimum of 18.
Why are you going 18 when a Ford F-150 can't sit in the driveway and it sticks out over into over the sidewalk?
I mean, 18 feet is the standard city code for, I shouldn't say that, wrong description. 18 feet is the standard that we use in any engineering plan as the minimum length of a driveway. Lars, do you know exactly what they are? Minimum 18. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So they're a minimum
We'll
of
deal
18.
with that
I
in
just
a
know
minute.
there's some corners and some things that may get cut off.
Why are there so many options? Why are you making the council pick what you develop instead of you picking what you want to put on a corner?
That's a great question. That's a great
Because
question.
that's going to set us, I'm going to tell you, you're setting us up.
I'm not trying to set anyone up. As everyone, I think, hopefully knows, this has been a long process. We came into this with a much higher density plan, with the anticipation that we were following what we'd seen done in other projects. It was clear that that was not what was desired. We have since made adjustments to that. The difficulty that we've run into is we have staff that's recommending one plan, option one. We have neighbors that all but one have clearly stated they want option B, which has the wider lots with the open space in between. And then we've had other city council members that have had their own opinion. So we discussed that and said, at the end of the day, we're here to build 63 homes and build a great neighborhood. Whether that's done in the one configuration or the other, I don't think at the end of the day it's a material difference. It's a technical difference, but I don't think it's a material difference. But I think that to the neighbors who it matters most, those who back to the property, I think they do have an opinion. And so we were trying to be respectful of that. And we were trying to also give the council their legislative option, because at the end of the day, it is your decision. And so that was really the only reason. I didn't mean to make it more difficult. I just want to show you that there are options of ways that we could meet the spirit of the law, which was what was asked of us to do, versus the technical letter of the law, which is why city council exists.
You claim that you meet all the requirements of West Jordan City Code, yet in option 2, you talk about HOA owned, homeowner maintained. The ordinance specifically says that all open space has to be HOA maintained and HOA owned. So how do you say that that complies with ordinance when it directly violates the wording of the ordinance with open space?
So the city staff report was very clear. Option 1 was what was presented as the option. Option 2 was an alternative. Option 1 meets city code. The open space is usable. It meets city code. Option 2 is an alternative. That is, again, what the neighbors have asked us to present as their
But you
preferred.
said that it met code. It does not meet code.
Okay, I could have been clear and said option 1 clearly meets code. The staff report additionally calls out that is at the city council's discretion to determine whether or not that open space does meet the code.
Cool. Any other questions for the developer? Does anybody have questions for the staff? I have one question for staff, and maybe you can answer it. When does the, hold on, let me pull up the ordinance. When does the preliminary because this doesn't have, well, there's a question on whether this has phases or not. When does the preliminary sub-area development plan drawings, when do they get submitted?
Sorry, like the preliminary plat?
No, the ordinance talks about a preliminary sub-area and development plan. When does that have to be submitted?
I don't know off the top of my head. I could pull up the ordinance and
Okay.
read it, but
It's just part of it. It's just
we
part
do
of
approve the MDA prior to approving the development,
Okay.
but those can happen at the same meeting
All right.
concurrently.
No, I think we're good. Thank you. Any other questions for staff? With that, I am going to open up the public hearing for comments on this particular item. If you will come forward, state your name, and if you're a resident of West Jordan or not, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the development. Anybody, please come forward now.
Did I get the right button?
You did, please.
My name's Troy Mangan. I live at 8891 Pine Crossing Circle. The first circle as you go into Pine Crossing Drive on the, would that be the northwest corner of the project? My property would back right up to this. So I just wanted to let you know that I voted for or would like to have the second option with the wider lots up against my property. I think that would transition much better from our existing neighborhood into the new neighborhood, especially over any commercial. I don't think that that would add to the neighborhood as it exists right now with surrounding residential all over. I think that's about all I have to add to it. Thank you.
Cool, thank you. Push that right button, will you?
That one right there. Okay. My name's Steve Peart. I live just east of Troy, right against this property. I'd also like to just echo what Troy said about I would prefer to have the option 2. It makes a better transition. I think the worst option that we have is to leave it the way it's currently zoned. Commercial with no access to 90th would just really harm the neighborhood. So at a bare minimum, we need to change the zoning from that. But my personal preference would be the option 2. I just think it would feel better to have those little bit larger lots or a little bit larger appearing lots right to transition to the current neighborhood. Okay.
Thank you. Please.
Hi. My name is Cheryl Rosema. I'm a West Jordan resident. I've lived here my entire life. I am one of 12 families that I also represent that still live in West Jordan. My family actually owns the property. So I'm here as a property owner. I'm part of Welby and the Malmstrom family. Many of my family are here. If you'd raise your hands, we're here representing the Malmstrom family who actually owns the land. So I wanted to say a few things about it. My father used to farm that entire area, so I know it well. And my grandfather homesteaded here 135 years ago. So if you drive up 90th and 40th and you see all that open space, it's not because we're money-grabbing developers looking for quick cash. It stayed land because we wanted it land. We kept it land. We were farmers. We still are farmers. There are still people that farm there now. So this happens to be a piece of property that is really no longer viable to farm. It doesn't make any money. It's not really doing anybody good. As it sits now, it's doing nobody any good. The city's not making any money off property taxes. The family can't farm it. All it's good for is weeds and drainage issues. So we find a developer approaches us with a solid plan. We feel like it's residential. It's probably has less impact than a commercial property would have on it. So we like this guy. We feel like he actually cares. He's listening. He's jumping through hoops, trying to accommodate the residents surrounding the property, those opposing. He's listening. He's trying to give everything he can within reason to still make it feasible for his project, yet still for the family. It is zoned commercial, so if it doesn't pass, we will definitely look at commercial. Then we don't need to have it rezoned. It can be commercial. We have a letter of intent right now where they would like to put in a doggy daycare. Do we want that? Not necessarily. We think this would be less impactful for the families around the area. So we're willing to, discuss that. So respectfully, I would ask the council to consider every option, every opinion, not just the surrounding neighbors, but the landowners and the future residents who may want to live there one day. Because as it sits now, it's not doing anything. And at the end of the day, as property owners, we're not doing anything nobody in our position would do. If you own the property, you may look at it and say, I could retire on that. I could sell that one day. Yeah, we would like to. I have uncles that are 80 years old that would like to give something to their grandkids. But we can't, but we are trying to accommodate everything we can so that you guys view this as a positive thing. It's a positive growth. It's a betterment of the community. So I thank you for your time, and that's all.
Is there anyone here else in chambers that wants to talk? Wants to address the council? Please come forward.
My name is Wendy. I'm here with my husband, Jeff. We have the lot that directly butts up to the home that directly butts up to the lot, and we are the first home in that first cul-de-sac. So we will be right there. The thought of having business area in that scares me because I'm afraid of crime. I'm afraid of diesel semis coming in. They're beeping. Who wants this in my backyard? Not me. It will reduce my house value. And that's, I mean, I don't plan to live the rest of my life in this house, and the thought of trying to sell that with commercial business behind in my backyard, it scares me. And the thought of having nice homes in my backyard, it pleases me. I mean, honestly, I've hated that lot just because of how dirty my house gets when they plow it, and it's a mess, but it'll be really nice to have homes in my backyard. So I would hope that you would consider that when you're making your decisions.
Thank you. Please step forward.
Hello, my name is Monica Hansen, and my mother was a resident of West Jordan, and I was half raised here in West Jordan and Murray my whole life, and right now I live in Murray. My mother is a Malmstrom. She was raised on that land, and I just wanted to take a moment to express my gratitude for you seeing us and for having the opportunity to speak to you as a landowner, and to think for a moment, if we had not sold our land 20 plus years ago, there wouldn't be homes where they are now. There wouldn't be those things, and we would like to see that as a family. I know we'd like to see more families there, and I would appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Anyone else in the room that would like to speak? Please come forward.
Thank you. My name is Darrell Lamitz. I am a resident of West Jordan and one of the family members that has an interest in this property. It's my understanding that if this current proposal for a zoning change and this development does not happen, then there is another zoning that's being considered by the city. I think it's an integrated housing zone or something to that effect, which, as I understand, would actually be partially commercial and then partially housing, but it would allow for a higher density than what this current proposal is. So I think this is actually more favorable to the neighborhood, to the adjoining residents, and it would be preferable to the alternative. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here in the room that would like to speak? Please come forward. It's already on, so you're okay.
Okay. My name is Jen Hunt. I also am a resident of West Jordan. I am along the field at the bottom corner where the flooding's happening. Personally, most of our neighbors along that street are choosing option 2 as well. We really feel that the commercial coming in would bring in a lot of crime and a lot of noise and a lot of traffic. We do like the open plan. It does match the existing neighborhood, and I feel that I just think it'll not stick out so much as if we had the commercial sitting in there. I think that's all I have to say. Right? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Councilmember McConaughey, anybody online?
There are 3 folks online. If one of them is connected by phone, if they would like to speak, they would need to hit *9 to raise their hand to let us know. The other 2 should be able to just hit the raise hand icon.
So if you're on Zoom, please press *9 to raise your hand to speak. If you're on the phone, if not, raise your hand and we will use the technology to get you to speak. We have no takers on Zoom. I'm going to close the public hearing and I'm going to bring it back to the council. Actually, we normally allow the developer to rebut anything in public, but most of it was pretty positive to you. Do you have anything that you want to rebut or clarify?
No, but I appreciate that. No, I'll just make one quick comment, and I appreciate the opportunity. You know, hopefully it's evidenced by what you hear or don't hear, how hard we've worked on this. You know, we heard loud and clear from council last time, PRDM works, medium density residential works, 63 lots works. And we took that to the neighbors. Granted, they have an opinion and it's a little bit nuanced as to how we arrived there, but it's possible. And at the end of the day, no one will know the difference. At the end of the day, it's going to be a note on a plat, and it won't be a big deal. I think at the end of the day, you know, this doesn't come down to the technicalities of water and sewer. It doesn't come down to the technicalities of utilities or traffic. You know, I think it comes down to what's the intent? What are we trying to accomplish here? We're trying to build the city of West Jordan. We're trying to be a part of growing the city into something great. And as some of the neighbors said, bring great families here. And, you know, with what's happening in the market, I know we're not here to talk about affordability, but it's still a consideration. And you know, costs continue to go up. You know, prices were up 12% year over year in August. You know, it's still expensive here. And anything we can do to help that. You know, if this was a question about water, we'd be talking about high density lots and zero scape and, you know, small, you know, shrinking the size of the yards to help with the water situation. But I know that's not the issue here, and it's about creating a great project. And I feel like we've done that here. I feel like we've worked really, really hard. And I hope that you guys recognize that we've heard your comments, we've heard your feedback. Kelvin has kept me in line, well, tried to keep me in line. I know I've stepped out of line a couple of times, and I apologize for that. But I've really tried hard to make this work. We've got a great team working on it, you know, who's trying to make this to be a really great project. And I think the neighbors recognize that by the comments that you've heard tonight. And we're hopeful that we can earn your support and move this forward to the next step. I know there's a lot of work to do after this, but we hope to get that opportunity, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Chair. If you're ready for council discussion and opinion, I have some of both to throw out.
Please.
First, Mr. Anderson, could you go to option 2 and put that up on the screen? This first part is just personal opinion. It doesn't weigh on my decision, but I just wanted to throw this out there. There we go. I think PRDM fits much better than PRDH. I think this is going the right direction. The thing and the thing that gives me a little bit of pause, and again, this part is pure personal preference. If I were one of the homeowners on the north side, I would not want that trail immediately behind my home. The idea of having a fence on one side and a fence on the other that's not easily accessible by a homeowner who's right there to keep and maintain that. An alley that can allow things to get caught in the wind and just debris, weeds to pile up. I mean, the HOA will probably be pretty good about cleaning things up out there, but I don't like the idea of at night random folks are well within their rights to be walking right behind my home. I would rather have another homeowner backing up directly in front of me and have that trail maybe giving wider green space on the side next to 90th and on the side next to 48th. So I would almost mirror what's over there. But like I said, that's just personal preference and really doesn't impact my vote on this one, but I do like the idea of the PRDM. I did hear Councilmember Green's comments about city code requiring the HOA maintenance of the green space, and that's got me thinking that maybe we need to adjust city code. There are a number of things that there are a couple places where we seem to force the HOA to exist This also happens when we have like storm drain or stormwater retention. Is there a retention basin or detention basin? When there's stormwater elements that are required to be maintained by the development, it almost forces the need for an HOA. So to have something in code that says this has to be maintained by an HOA, I would rather see language in our code that says the developer is required to make accommodations for perpetual maintenance, and then something creative and a little bit out of the box like what was presented could be considered and still be in line with code. Those are really my only two thoughts on this. I, again, applaud the developer for all the time and effort, soliciting feedback, asking questions, understanding why the council wasn't liking some of the other things, why some of the neighbors weren't liking some of the initial proposals. I do feel like this is much better than what was originally pitched. And like I said, if it were just up to me personally, there's a couple personal preferences that I would adjust. But again, it's personal preference. I feel like it's in line with what the council is expected, and I can be supportive of this. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Bloom.
And just so the neighborhoods that are just west of the Oaks, that's just over west, they have all of those trails within the fences like this is proposed. And I walked and run on those all the time, and there was never any issue, by the way. So it's an already existing thing in our city that hasn't been an issue, so I wanted to let you know about that. So just to help ease any concerns. I am grateful for all the hard work that's went in, all the communication, all the feedback back and forth, the countless phone calls going over this. I will be citing with the residents on here and with option 2, and I agree with you on going and adjusting some of the code for future. I think it'll make it better for the residents down the road.
Councilmember Jacob.
Thank you. Gosh, my only concern with this option 2 is I hate passing something where part of the rationale was no one will ever know. Just vote on it. Nobody will ever know. I'll know, for one. Anyway, among other things. And the non-lawyer in me says that's public property that's going to be in somebody's backyard. Oh, not public, HOA property. Literally, somebody else from the HOA could go have a picnic in my backyard, or in whoever owns that, it's backyard. And that would, okay, if it's my house, that'd bug the heck out of me, but I wouldn't be able to kick them out because that's HOA property. That's not my property. That's HOA property. Even though I mow the lawn and I plant the flowers and I put the trampoline out there or whatever. That bothers me. Now that said, I don't know if it bothers me enough to say you have to fix that first, because gosh, you guys have fixed. If you guys were making a car, like seriously, that thing would get 97 miles to the gallon and would never break down because you guys have, every time somebody's pointed out something that doesn't work, you fixed it over and over and over and over again. And I very much appreciate that. I agree with Councilmember Bloom on those trails she mentioned on the west side of the city. I ran on them this morning. They're everywhere. They're usually along a creek or where a creek would be if it ever rained, you know. So I have no problem with that. People buying the house will know that the trail is there and will opt for that. So I have no problem with that. The only thing that gives me any pause is just having public property in my backyard. That's. But hey, if you buy the house going into that, knowing that it's there, hopefully the real estate agent's honest and doesn't say, no, that's your backyard. And they are honest and they say, by the way, wink, wink, nod, nod, you have to know this. And I don't know what kind of restrictions or what kind of noticing requirements we can put on those sales or anything, especially on the second or third or fourth sale, once this house has been there for 20 years and it's on its third owner or fourth owner. I don't know. That bothers me, but still great evolution on this project. It's come so far. Appreciate that.
Councilmember Whitelock, I haven't seen anything, but I would suspect you would have your hand up. I'm going to give you a shot.
If I'm not mistaken, staff staff are saying not to do 2 because it doesn't meet code, which is the very one that the residents want. So this makes me very uncomfortable. The residents would prefer this option, yet staff is advising me that we should not be doing this because it doesn't meet our code. And I agree. I believe the purpose of this code when it had open space was so that it was open to everyone to use. If it is in a side yard, it is not open to everyone to use. So I don't think it meets the spirit of the open space, and that concerns me. Am I correct, Taylor? This is the one that staff said no?
That's correct, Councilmember Whitelock. We feel like option 1 better complies with the code, that it's more in line with the intent, and we see some future liability, not liability necessarily, but future enforcement issues with option 2, with points of conflict between homeowners, members of the HOA, and those type of issues commonly spill over into the city with code enforcement complaints or police complaints. So this introduces another element that just has a long-term potential to be a conflict point that we would like to avoid.
And another point I want to bring up for everyone to hear is that the staff report says, and it is in the MDA, basically the only way we have water for this project is if the council votes to change our current code, if we agree to decrease what we say we need to have in storage. So, and there's nothing else in there. I was looking for something else in there that said, and if that doesn't occur, then this. But there's nothing in the MDA that says that, which to me concerns me and makes me think that then current residents might be on the hook to ensure that this property has water if the council does not vote to change storage capacity requirements. So I think we all need to think about that, and I'll save the rest of my comments for when we're looking at voting. Thank you.
Councilmember Whitelock, Acting Council Chair Green, is that a time for me maybe to answer that question? As you know, that this particular item on the agenda, it's kind of 2 ordinances. One, of course, is the map amendments ordinance with the zone change and the general plan future land use map change, completely discretionary up to the council. The other one, as far as the MDA, does include certain provisions, as you've mentioned, particularly dealing with infrastructure with the water. And you are correct that without this provision in the MDA for the culinary water, the development would not be possible. So but for the council approving at this point both the map amendments and the provision for the water master plan being adopted, there is no water for the development. So I think that's responsive to your question or concern, right?
Councilmember Pack.
I'll defer to Councilmember Bloom if she wanted to go first.
No, I was just going over option 2. If that's the favorable one with the residents, is there somewhat easy adjustments we can make to bring that into code? If that's what the residents are looking for instead of option 1?
Yeah, that's a good question, Councilmember. I think you could change the text on the option to say limited common area owned and maintained by the homeowners association. That would still require the council and its legislative authority to approve limited common areas as that open space for the density buy down. That's the other part of the discussion, is should that be entitled to bonus density buy up? And that was a question that the code doesn't adequately address, so we were deferring to the council's opinion on that.
Councilmember Pack.
Great, thank you, Chair. What an interesting discussion we've had over many months. So because this happens to be in my district, well, I've got to tell you, I've lost a lot of sleep over it. I basically took 3 days off. I didn't work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, because I've returned emails and phone calls for probably 5 or 6 hours each day, as I'm sure others of you have done with projects that are in your districts. To give a little bit of background, there have been multiple open houses which I've been able to attend. I'm grateful for that. Grateful to hear a 360-degree assessment of people's opinions. Of course, you'll never be able to please all the people all the time. That would be impossible. I was wondering what would happen here tonight because with all of the different viewpoints, I thought it would be a game time decision. I thought there would be more pitchforks and torches coming out. But as we've seen, there's a lot of favorable consideration given to what is proposed and some credence to the developer for making many different iterations, striving to listen to the community residents. So as I go through this, please note that I've had many calls with the developer, many calls with the owner, and I drive by this intersection on a daily basis, 3 or 4 times today, actually. I've walked my kids to school at Jordan Hills Elementary for 12 years, wondering each day, I wonder what's going to happen with that lot right there. I wonder how and when that's going to be developed. I have a family member that has lived there and has attended the church that's adjacent, and we've gone to the library there, so I'm very familiar with the area. I've served in some capacities there at Jordan Hills Elementary. So the only reason I say that is I just want everyone to understand that I really do care about this going to the highest and best use. Now, in my studies for political science and public administration, I remember clearly that if there's not a clear preponderance of evidence on acting one way or another, it's best to defer and not take action until an highest and best use can be articulated. But tonight, it seemed like those residents that are especially adjacent to the proposed development are in favor, and while I want to listen to everyone who has an opinion, I also note that this impacts disproportionately those who are in the surrounding area. At first, and of course I was not in favor of high density, and I think that that's what caused this whole conundrum in the first place, although I was in favor of more affordable housing for starter families. It made more sense right adjacent to an elementary school. Whereas now we're getting to a situation where we've got 700-ish at the price point, 20% down, $140,000 plus closing costs. That gets cost prohibitive for some people. So I'm grateful that it's PRDM, and we've got the medium density. And could we please go to option number 1, Alan, Mr. Anderson? Thank you. So you'll note that both versions are 63 lots, and it's been said by some on council, if we can get to 63 lots, we'll be in favor of that. If we can get to medium density, we'll be in favor of that. We've met with residents. They prefer option 2. At the latest open house that I attended, it was unanimous for option 2. The problem is then we saw, it doesn't meet city code. How are we going to work this? As has been articulated, I don't think anyone's going to say that this is usable open space between the property owners, and then there can be the problem of, okay, it's HOA owned, but private property maintained. Agreed that we definitely need to look at that. As I've talked with adjacent residents too, since we've figured out that option 2 is currently against code, the opinions that I have received are, well, we'd prefer option 2, but if we can't do that, let's go with option 1. We still have the same amount of open space. It's the same amount of units. We would much prefer that than perhaps rejecting this. And as some people have said, well, let's just keep going. Let's keep the fight going. We'll go down to lower and lower density. Now, I'm not opposed to that. I'm a representative of the citizens, so I want to listen and vote according to their wishes. Also noting that if you push too hard, as has been mentioned tonight, you might get something that you don't want, even less, which would be the commercial factor. So in studying and teaching business, I can objectively state that when you have a commercial area that's so far removed from other commercial areas with limited visibility, and we have a determination letter from UDOT saying they will not grant egress or ingress on 9,000 South, that's an issue. Plus the issues of ingress and egress adjacent to the elementary school, the church, the library. So I believe everything that's been mentioned tonight is to not have commercial there. So then that means we're going to be doing residential. The issue is, I also believe, just in studying the market and having experience with real estate, that the lower density you go, it can actually backfire, because now the price point is so high that many people will be renting out their basements. You could say that's somewhat subjective. Would everybody do it? Maybe not, but we have an ADU ordinance where that can be done. We can even have a separate structure built. If you rent out the basement, now you've got 2 families of 5, 1 up, 1 down. So now you've got 4 cars instead of 2, which increases the traffic. So we don't want traffic, we don't want density. True, you won't have as many rooftops, but now you have more people and more cars, which you also don't want. Recognizing that quarter-acre lots to be synonymous and more compatible with the surrounding neighborhood, I totally understand that, while also a devil's advocate, other side of the coin, to understand every issue from both sides. That's not the business model, as we've just stated, that the pricing is egregious. And so we're getting at a point where it's like, yes, we would like less density. I'm not a proponent of high density. I'd much rather have affordable housing, but how do you do both? Right? How do you have your cake and eat it too? So definitely looking at the highest and best use. Now, of course, we cannot by law consider impact to the school. A concern that I would have in a development like this, though, is we might be precluding younger families moving in where there is already a dearth of enrollment, needing to bus from outside of the area to keep enrollment somewhat stable with an ALPS program. So while I don't want to smack of any impropriety of unduly considering that, what I would say is that seems to indicate that we do not have a diversity of housing in the area for starter families, which is a problem. So those are my initial viewpoints that I wanted to get out there, recognizing we're going to have more discussion. I want to hear from other council members. We've heard from the public. Boy, have we been hearing from the public for months, right? And I certainly want to do the right thing without any personal agenda. So if anybody else has anything to state that would refute my assertions, I certainly want to hear that so I can make an informed decision. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember McConaughey, do you have anything before I go through my comments?
Sort of very quickly. Just kind of looking over and trying to count where I'm anticipating votes will fall. I don't think I see 4 that are able to support this. And honestly, as Councilmember Jacob and Councilmember Whitelock talked, I think my perspective shifted a little bit as well. While I very much like option 2, I don't like the idea of counting open public space as something that's not open nor public. So I very much would prefer the idea of seeing if the developer can work with option 2 to do the things that bring it into compliance. I didn't hear anyone bring up any concerns with the PRDM. Rather, it was primarily with a concept plan. So
You haven't heard from me yet, but okay.
But haven't heard everything yet. But that's kind of where my thought process is going. So I just wanted to let the rest of the council know that I did kind of shift my perspective based on those other comments. And I don't think I could support 2 based on the contradictions to code, because it's not just somebody needs to maintain this and it needs to be an HOA, but how the green space is being done, that is definitely a concern. So that's my shifted opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to take a shot. And you're going to have to bear with me. But to all the residents who have provided feedback, comments through emails, phone calls, and tonight's testimony and previous weeks, thank you for being involved in West Jordan City. I really hope that we make the appropriate decision tonight for what's best for the neighborhood and what's best for the city. Many of you have reached out to me and have told me, the basic theme of those that have been against this is we can do better. And so let me just go through a couple of things. We received drawings and plans and additions to our packets almost 2 weeks after the deadline. And I wonder why. Is it because there's a lack of respect for the council, or is it because people don't want scrutiny on the documents? We can do better. The preamble to the PRD ordinance discusses that one of its intents, and although it uses the word shall, we can't enforce it, and I get it, it's only a preamble. But I will tell you, I attended the Utah League of Cities and Towns annual meeting last week and an association of municipal council meetings yesterday, and nearly all the discussions are on growth and moderate or affordable housing. Our ordinance encourages moderate or affordable housing, yet this developer has made no attempt to set aside any homes under deed restrictions, housing trusts, etc. We can do better. As I go through the staff report, the master development agreement, understand that my expectations have always been that the developments comply with city ordinance. When we are vague, ambiguous, stretch, or openly disregard ordinances, I believe we can do better. When there are ambiguities, I can get that for those of you in Copper Hills High, follow along with me, ambiguities, in developments, the developer always gets the benefit of the doubt. As I go through this, you're going to see multiple conflicts and ambiguities that are going to cause problems in this development for the city. We can do better. I'm first going to also mention that almost all the PRD MFs, all the other PRDs, almost all of them were senior housing overlays. The last one that we approved was actually one of the most integrated developments, and I will tell you that it's literally across the street from my house, and that development worked. Unlike this one. I am not against higher density housing. I'm not against middle housing. What I am against is a cookie cutter neighborhood with 63 houses that has very little consideration for the surrounding neighborhood. There are better ways to get density. We can be more creative and we can do better. I'm going to go through items, and it might take a little bit. I want this on the record so that we have an appropriate record of the issue. To all the residents, I do not operate in fear. I operate on facts. I spent 40 years in the military intelligence community. My job was analysis, so pardon me for my analysis. To address one thing, the integrated housing ordinance is 5.5 units an acre, just like this one is. It can go to 5.75 units an acre if a developer donates the 0.25 increase to a community housing trust. So let's go through this. Our ordinance requires ownership at the time of requires that at the time of application, each planned residential development shall be a single or corporate ownership at the time of the application, and it'll be filed jointly by all the property owners. We don't have the original application. And I wonder if the original application was even valid for us to proceed. The reason why I say that is to get all the and it took a lowly council member, after everybody works on this, to figure out that Welby West LLC is owned by 3 other LLCs or trusts. So I wonder if the original application was even properly filed, and I call into question that it's suspect. We have nothing on file from the applicant that requests the original application be amended and that the landowners agree. Obviously they do because they're standing here, but there's a question there. 13.7C8 requires an applicant to submit a written petition and a written statement explaining how all the required findings are met An analysis of the proposed impacts of the proposed amendment on existing infrastructure and public services such as traffic, streets, intersection, water and sewer, storm drains, and we have no analysis from the developer, none. Design guidelines should be submitted with the MDP, but I will remind everybody that the Planning Commission and the Design Review Committee both provided negative recommendations. Now let's go to the staff report. The ordinance requires 20 acre minimum development. Have we done developments that are that size or smaller? Yes, we have, but they are not precedential, and you cannot rely on that to try to box us in to say, approve this. The burden of proof is on the developer to prove that there is no impact. The developer is, I'm going to tell you, the developers provided little this is my opinion, developers provided little in the way to show that there is no impact, and I think we can do better. You're going to see a diagram here in a minute where I vehemently disagree with the fact that you can grade this without raising the property based on the elevations of the land. The master development plan states that traffic should not adversely affect the existing development because large amounts from Welby West will not find it efficient or convenient to traverse east to get to 4800 West. I disagree. The staff report specifically mentions that in the peak report, the backup measures 400 feet. I want you to go out, and you can look on Google. I have a copy of it if you want to see it. 400 feet backs up to the entrance of the elementary school, the north entrance, or the south entrance, I'm sorry, of the elementary school. Well, if there's a line of all the traffic trying to turn left that backs up to the elementary school, nobody's going to turn left, go out the neighborhood and try to turn left. What are they going to do? They're going to go east through the neighborhood, come out and around, and they're going to try, and they're either going to make a left-hand turn onto 48th, or they'll go down through the neighborhood and might make a right-hand turn and flip a U-turn to come back to get in the left-hand turn pocket, because that's the only way you can do it, because it's backed up way past the entrance of the neighborhood. The applicant is requesting approval for a general land use amendment to high-density residential. I want you to keep in mind that they want to change the future land use map to high-density residential. My question is why? We want to put medium density on a property. Let's make the future land use map medium density as well. My question is, what is the reason to go high density? I think it's a little too late to explain that. I'm not going to ask any questions from staff. Staff report specifically says, Public Works and Engineering, I'm going to go to the highlighted. The applicant has provided information on what demands are for the water and sewer, but have not qualified what the impact is to the city systems will be. Where is that in the packet? It is not there. Even the staff recommendations we cannot meet. It says, specifically in the staff report, the city manager has asked the applicant and the city enter into a development agreement that clearly outlines what conditions must be met before the building permissions can be obtained. Where is that? There are no conditions to be met except for maybe and I'll get to that one later. The staff report says more research is required to determine the feasibility of the connection points for the sewer, and specifically says these improvement concepts should be resolved and included as part of the development plan. It is not there. The applicant needs to enter into a development agreement to address and rectify all utility capacity related to this development and concurrent. That is not complete. Let's go to the master development agreement. Let's talk about recital number 6 on page 2. The master developer may develop the property in multiple phases and has contracted with the property owner to purchase the develop the property in a manner that is consistent with this agreement. Understand, the developer in the MDP says one phase, and the master development agreement says multiple phases. The MDA is going to override the MDP, and if they do anything with this, they can come back and say, we want multiple phases, and I will not support that. This directly conflicts with the master development plan that says the project will be completed in one phase. That is an ambiguity, and I cannot support the MDA with that issue. And I will say that the reason we have a master development agreement is to fill in the gaps between code and the development, and that does not. I'm going to talk to you about recital number 9, page 2, where it says, and I read and I quote, will provide certainly useful to all parties in ongoing. I don't know what the grammar is there. It doesn't make sense. And I'm going to tell you it's unclear how this helps the city. In B4, the condition precedent proceeding on the water master plan, it assumes that the water master plan will be approved and the gallons per person change from 621 or from 850 to 621. I can't support that because honestly, the contract doesn't address what happens if the water master plan is not approved. Does it kill entire project? My question is, because there have been staff the staff says we're recommending approval, does this create an estoppel issue that leaves us out in the open? Because now the developer can say there's an estoppel issue, we relied on this and I cannot do that. And the question is, does this make the MDA speculative? And speculative contracts are not very good. I know I didn't do very well in my contracts law class, but anyway, I will skip that one. The master development agreement specifically says the master developer agrees to either A, connect to a part of the city's sanitary sewer system that has capacity, or provide capacity for the project by paying for and constructing the necessary improvements at its own expense as project improvements. The purpose of a MDA is to detail how the development of the sewer system will work. That provides none. It just says, well, we might connect. There is no definition of project improvements, so it implies that the only improvements that are going to be are done within the four corners of the property, and boy, that's difficult. I can't support the MDA for that. The purposes of the agreement, the term substantial construction means completion of at least 25% of the project in each phase of the project. Are we going to do phases, or are we going to do it in one phase? Again, another ambiguity, and honestly, they need more than 25% to get substantial completion. I can't support the MDA with that. On F3, it talks about the city's future land use regulations and things that can change. The question is, first off, there's a formatting error, but I'm just going to point that out. It talks about taxes and fees. Those are not future land use regulations, and so how does that affect it in that contract clause? Then it also uses a section that refers the code to Utah Code 109A5091A2. And that specifically deals with compelling and countervailing interests at the time of application, not in the future. My question is that improper under Utah Code that we're trying to use Utah Code to say we can change something if it has a compelling or competing interest when the code only refers to the time of application? I cannot support this. I can't support an MDA that says that the agreement can be amended in whole or in part by mutual written consent of the parties. It has to be approved by the city council. That's a vagueness that I will not delegate this council's authority. The master development, the next paragraph, G19, master developer shall not assign, delegate, or transfer its interest in this agreement without prior written approval by the city. Has to be the city council. I cannot support that ambiguity. Now I'm going to tell you the biggest thing on this MDA that calls into suspect. the entire master development agreement. The signature clause is on the owner's property. Todd Anbury signed it on 22 August. Daryl Lemitz signed it, I hope I pronounced your name right. If I didn't, I apologize. 9 August. Jana Malmstrom signed it 9 August. William Malmstrom signed it 9 August. How can the MDA be executed 1 month to 6 weeks prior to the MDP being submitted to the city that is dated September 22nd? Each of the 4 people signed under oath acknowledging that it has reviewed the terms and provisions of the agreement, including all exhibits. How did they review the exhibits and swear under oath when they didn't see them? How can they certify it was, and then a technical issue, and technicalities matter in the law. The jurat, Rob, did I say that right? The jurat for Daniel Emmett specifically refers to William Malmstrom. To me, this creates the suspect. Now let's go through the master development plan. MDP, page 2, Welby proposes a 6 feet perimeter wall on all 4 sides and landscaping. The ordinance requires an elevation of each type of proposed wall. All it says is, this is an example. Well, we're stuck with an example, but we can do anything we want. We can do better. The lighting. When this came before the council a few weeks ago, I specifically went through the ordinance and told the developer you needed to have a lighting plan. You heard tonight, we have a lighting plan, we have a picture of a light. Let me tell you what the lighting plan is supposed to have according to 13.5J10B of the code. It is supposed to explain all pedestrian lighting, restrictions, requirements for the proposed development, and indicate placement, height, style, maintenance responsibilities, an elevation and profile of each type of proposed light. Now, I don't know how a picture of one light indicates placement or height or maintenance responsibility. Okay? Now, the developer wants to increase the density by 0.15 units per acre for lighting. Does that mean he gets to put up, because it's so ambiguous, he gets to put up one light so he can get an extra 1.65 houses on the property? I suggest that is suspect. We talked about this before. The land is generally flat with a slight slope from north to south. That is absolutely incorrect. The highest point on the property is at 90th South and 4800 West, and as we've heard, it drains to the northeast corner, and the northeast corner, it sits at an elevation of approximately 4,711 to 4,712 feet above sea level. Mr. Anderson, in a minute, I'm going to have you pull up that diagram, so start thinking about that. The original traffic counts were taken during June of 2020. School was out. There was an updated traffic information study last month, yet we don't have a copy. The improvements for these homes, page 3 of the MDA, the improvements of these homes will be completed in one phase. Yet, the MDA says multiple phases. I won't allow that kind of ambiguity, because the MDA would rule they could do it in phases and it causes issues for the city. Let's talk about open space. The open space, page 3, says we're going to have recreation facilities, tot lot, barbecue, picnic areas, and theme lighting. The ordinance 13.5J10B subpoint D, improvement and amenities installation. It says explanation in full detail, also using visual references if possible, concerning the intent to install, development, improvements, and amenities. There are no explanations, there are no diagrams. Are we saying that the developer will, I want to put 3 picnic tables in. I'm going to run down to Lifetime. I'm going to get $300-400 picnic tables so that I can get an additional 3 units on the property. We can do better. By the way, on the plan, you see that there are only 2 picnic or barbecue facilities. They're asking for 3. I assume that the 3rd may be the pergola, but we don't know because, once again, we're vague. Let's talk about setbacks. The MDP specifically says the minimum front lot frontage is 50 feet wide, with some frontages larger than 50 feet. I want the council to understand that a 55-foot setback is required in an R15 neighborhood. R15. Now, if anybody wants to know, without speaking the neighborhoods, I can tell you where the R15 neighborhoods are, and we've had difficulty with those neighborhoods. That does not act like an R18 neighborhood is claimed by the developer. It does not. As you heard tonight, the developer states that a full 2-car driveway is long enough to fit a full-size truck. I want to know what full-size truck fits on an 18-foot driveway when a Ford F-150 is about 21 feet long. We can do better. This council, this city, got rid of 18-foot driveways because we were tired of developments and neighborhoods in this city where the trucks were parked in the driveway. And mark my word, we all do this, and you can I'll take a poll. How many of you right now can fit 1 car in your driveway? Because I can't. Look, how many people use had a meeting yesterday, and one of the ladies from the DWS said, I have a 3-car garage, and I can't put a car in my garage because my 3-car garage is now a storage shed. Then you park in the driveway and the street sticks out over the sidewalk, or the car sticks out over the sidewalk. Is that what we want in West Jordan City? No, we can do better. The 10-foot rear setback that's in these houses is half of the setback of any other house in the neighborhood. And I'll get to another issue here in a second. The ordinance also requires that a development plan explain how the city zoning regulations apply and detailing how they will matter why they need to be fixed. But it also goes through, and the development plan is required too. The portion of the report shall explain. Now I want you to hear shall. Minimum and average lot size. That's missing. Maximum average height of each proposed structure. Missing. Minimum living area per each proposed structure type. Missing. How the zoning requirements of this article and of the title in general are met. Missing. The current code, on page 4, the current code, it says no ADUs will be allowed on this site. Whether you like ADUs or not, the current code allows internal ADUs at 13.5C4 in a PRD. Why would we deviate that from the code? And why are we going to force Mayor Burton's staff to have to keep track of a section of the city that the code is now an exception? And guess what? Staff has to keep track of it, and I'm not willing to burden our staff with keeping track of exceptions. Each home, page 5, each home will be required to store their trash cans out of sight. Tell me how they're going to do it. Right now we have a 5-foot setback. We have a garage. How many of you keep your garbage cans in a garage? Because I don't. Think about this. You got a stairwell in your garage. You got your truck parked in there. You're lucky you can get 2 cars. And now the garbage can has to be out of sight. How? I can't put it on the side yard because the only fences you can have in the neighborhood are 4-foot rail fences that everybody can see. You can't put it on the side yard, it has to be in the garage. I am not going to allow a contract that gives an HOA, because we've had these discussions and you hear it about HOA. We don't like HOAs yet. What are we going to do? We're going to delegate that authority to an HOA, and I can't deal with that. I won't allow that to occur. The common areas and open space will be installed in the builder, completed no later than issuance of 75% of the certificates of occupancy of the home. Really? 47 houses have to be built before we fix the open space, and we heard neighbors complain about the dirt. Well, 47 houses have to be built before the grass on that open space gets put in. We can do better. Page 5, paragraph 4. The snow storage will be placed in open space as well at the end of the blocks and designated snow storage easement areas. Well, first off, show me the snow storage easement area on the concept plan, and then second, I will not contract and obligate the city in a contract that our snowplow drivers have to figure out, oh, in this neighborhood, I have to put the snow in one spot. Our snowplow drivers deserve better. They can plow this. They know how to plow streets. They know where to put the snow. They're professionals, and I'm not going to contract that away. I will skip that one. The garage doors, I think we can probably meet. The height of the homes will not exceed 2 stories or 35 feet measured from the top of the curb. This city council just changed the ordinance to 30 feet from the peak. So are we going to change, and I get it, we didn't change it in the PRD. We can set the heights in the PRD, but do we really want a 35-foot house in this neighborhood? Retaining walls. It specifically says in the MRD, retaining walls, although retaining walls are not needed or anticipated for the development of the area. Well, if they're not anticipated, why is there retaining walls in the MDP? Because they plan on putting on retaining walls. Let's talk about open structures. Yes. No, I'm going through this for the record because I want this act.
I suggest you submit your record in writing, and we can put it in the minutes or whatever. It's been half an hour since anybody else has said anything, and we've got a lot of students in here waiting to talk about something really cool. And
So you're saying that it's not important enough to go through this?
Yes, I am. I don't know what parliamentary procedure exists to move along, but whatever it is, I'd like to do it. I'm sorry, but this is it's over the top.
Because no, it's not over the top. It's an analysis that should have been done. So
you're the chair, and if this is when you want
if you want to interrupt and you make a motion, make the motion.
I'm sorry, but everybody in the room was thinking it. I just was the one to say it.
Okay, before I do that, let me just address a couple of issues, and I want to make sure that they're clear. I took an oath to uphold the ordinances of the city of West Jordan. The ordinance requires that the space be open space, it be usable, it be dedicated for parks and for those kind of things. Putting them between houses is against the law. If we want to try to vote for option 2, I will not vote for it because it is against ordinance. And understand, to the residents that want it, you're asking us to violate code. So the next time, what codes do you want us to not enforce when it affects your property a different way? Ask that question. But let me just go to it one last item and I will be done. 2 items first. 2 items. The MDP says the landscape designs will be low water use where possible. They don't want to follow the landscape efficiency codes because they want an out, because there's the ambiguity for them to be out. But I also want you to understand, and I will end with this. The ordinance requires a street, when a development is on a collector and an arterial, it requires a streetscape plan. The streetscape plan specifically says that if it's on an arterial street with 5 contiguous acres, there has to be a 10-foot landscaped area between the street and the development. You don't see the 10-foot landscaped area. We don't hear that there's an approved street state plan. They have to follow it. They take the approved street state plan and it cuts into the property. It affects the open space calculation. I will leave it at that. By the way, the calculation doesn't compute. The developer wants 22.3% open space. The code says you get 1%. You get a buy-up for each 1%. It doesn't tell you that you get a percentage of a percentage. So the calculation is wrong. It still ends up being 5.5 because the appropriate calculation is 5.45, rounded up under code to 5.5. But if there's those kind of mistakes, what's the other mistakes in this MDP? I will leave it at that. I think that we can do better. This development plan is less than ideal. It's got too many holes, and I will shut up. Councilmember Pack.
Thank you, Chair. It is an interesting conundrum of how to get affordable housing without having density. A little bit hard to have cake and eat it too. I do appreciate your attention to detail. Thank you. Also noting that all of us can find what we tend to look for, whether favorable or unfavorable. And I know that it's hard to differentiate between one's background and one's role. I even mentioned being a teacher of business, it shapes how I view things. I know you being a lawyer, it shapes how you view things. What the interesting thing is, we have our city attorney here who, along with other staff members, have signed off on approval of this. So I do appreciate the juxtaposition. While I wonder if at that scrutiny level, anything would ever get passed in West Jordan City. That's not to minimize the due diligence that you've given to this project. Thank you, Chair. I'm also, I want to acknowledge that we keep telling the developer this is what we would like you to do to have this pass. He seems to come back and do it, and then we still give more. Yes, we keep moving the targets. And so I don't want to vilify or besmirch anyone. I don't think there's been I don't see any specific intention to do anything underhanded in all of the phone calls I've had with him and the property owner and all the residents trying to work together. So I too have an issue with option 2 because of the unfortunate situation that we have where we thought we had this all worked out, but now we have the common area maintenance HOA that is really HOA owned but resident maintained. So, you know, Cliff Notes version, understandable. You don't like it for many reasons. Thank you again for the due diligence. Wondering where you would like to go from here, Chair.
I think Councilmember McConaughey was next.
Thank you. So I think the voice of the council has been overwhelming in supporting the idea that we want to make sure that the open space complies with our code and is not fenced off in people's backyards. I do feel like this is getting very, very close, so I don't want to deny the application and force the entire process to start over again. But I do want to give the developer some time to go back and see what can be done with option 2. And instead of giving us so many options, come with, okay, here's our final, everyone's in agreement on this, we just need council approval. Yes, it does meet all the elements of code. Because I don't know what time that would take. I'd like to table it, but not to a date certain. I do see a couple of the lights on though, so I will hold off on making a motion until everyone's had a chance to speak.
Councilmember Jacob, I believe you are next.
I was next, and I am trying to decide how much deference to give to how we usually do things and how I would like to proceed. I'm going to move that we approve ordinance 2225 and ordinance 2226 with option 1 being selected.
I'll second that.
We have Mr. Wall.
I don't have that in front of me. Is that the master development agreement? The ordinance approving the MDA?
2225 is the master development agreement. 2226 is the land use map and rezone.
Okay, you should approve you should vote up or down the master development agreement first, and then address the land use change and the zone map change third.
Okay. Withdraw the motion, and I move to approve ordinance 2225 with option 1.
And I will second that.
We have a motion by Councilmember Jacob. We have a second by Councilmember Bloom. Any discussion to the motion? Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be in opposition to this just because this was viewed by the residents as less favorable option. There's still a couple issues with it. I would rather we get it right than act tonight.
Any other? Councilmember Pack, I think you were first, and then
That's fine.
No, Councilmember Jacob.
I appreciate that. However, option 1 is the most favorable legal option that doesn't have nearly the objectionable things that have been objected to as the others. So that's why I'm moving to approve option 1. And frankly, if we table this again, I'm going to be taking all these tables and building myself a table, because freaking are you kidding me? I'm sorry. How inept can we look in that we are going to, it's been almost a year that this has been on the table, and it's not even like Daybreak that was like, a whole new zone and everything else, and that was ridiculous. This is approaching ridiculous, but it's not on the developer and it's not on the application. It's on those of us behind the tables.
Councilmember McConaughey, I think you were first.
Thank you. Just to respond to Councilmember Jacob, I'm not sure how inept can we look is a question I want to be asking up here. But I do want to point out Councilmember Whitelock has her hand raised to make comment.
Thank you. Councilmember Whitelock, let's go to you first, and then Councilmember Bloom will come back to you.
First, I want to tell the property owners that I appreciate that they would like to do something with the property now. I wish it would have all been developed as one big neighborhood to begin with. Then we wouldn't be here. I can appreciate that this has been dragged on. I believe it was Council Member Jacob that did the first tabling, so that's kind of ironic. But I would rather get something right than get it done now. And that's kind of what I'm hearing is we just need to get it done. But here were my thoughts that I'd like to share. First, I appreciate the time the developer has invested in trying to find the right and best use for this corner. I was sad when I started reviewing the MDA. It does not contain enough information to give me the data I need to ensure that build out is good for all. As for water, I would deem it not appropriate to approve a development based on a future vote of this council. I still have concerns about the sewer hookup. And while tonight we've heard from several residents saying, yeah, we're going to take this, we like this one. Over the course of this, we've heard from many, and I've heard from more opposing than speaking in favor of. And so I have to weigh all of that out. What I have heard is that most desire to have it be a residential development similar to their homes, which is what we heard tonight, is that they want those along their home to have more space, so it's more like theirs. and I understand that, and I agree. I think we need to work on our code, but not on the way that has been expressed tonight. I think we need to work on our code because every development keeps coming in wanting density buy-ups, and that forces them to be an HOA, which forces the homes in West Jordan to cost more, because when you have an HOA fee, that just costs more. So I think as a council, we need to look at that, how we're doing our density buy-ups. And I remember vividly going through a neighborhood with a rival school from the one that's here now, the principal's neighborhood, and I was campaigning, and what he said is, please don't let this ever happen again, and please be very careful out here. Our driveways are too small, our streets aren't big enough, and it's dangerous to walk around here. So when I look at an 18-foot driveway, that troubles me as well. So I'm in favor of getting it right, because I have heard that the residents would like to have a development there. I think that Welby West truly wants to get it right, but somehow our master development agreement doesn't ensure that we're going to get what we think we're getting. And that's what I need it to do. I need it to ensure that little things, to some, but to me it's huge, water is a really important thing. And I need to know, if our council doesn't vote to change, then what are we going to do? Most developments, then we do an agreement with the developer that they help build a water tank. So I think we do have some more work, and I'd rather get it right than get it quick. Thank you.
If we have a problem with the code and with the ordinances, we don't need to get mad at the developer who's meeting our code and our ordinances. If they bring forth a project and it's within code, it's within code. And if we need to change that, we have to go through the ordinances and not bring this to the developer. Option one is great. I really enjoy it. If the residents don't want that and want us to go back to the drawing board, then we'll go back to the drawing board. But I think option one is a beautiful piece of property, and it works phenomenally, and it's going to bring a lot of value to our city.
Chair?
Councilmember Whitelock.
The problem is it doesn't meet our code. That's the problem that I have, is that they're asking for multiple exceptions, and part of the MDA doesn't really meet our code. And yes, we can say that staff's reviewed it, attorneys looked at it. I don't know how in depth they've looked at it. And when I look at it, I'm not an attorney, and I had many of the same things that Councilmember Green had. So I will, if the motion goes forward to not go with Councilmember McConaughey's motion, I will have to be a no. Thank you.
Councilmember Jacob.
Thank you. Nobody who wants a driveway longer than 18 feet will buy a house with a driveway shorter than 18 feet. Not everybody drives Ford F-150s. And if you drive a Ford F-150 and you want to be able to park it in a way that's legal and it doesn't hang over the sidewalk, buy a house with a bigger driveway. If you drive a Toyota Corolla, buy this house. If 18 feet is, and I've been Googling it, 18 feet is a standard driveway length across the country. It's in codes all over the place. I've been looking at it online. Sorry that a Ford F-150 doesn't fit in it. A standard garage, by the way, is 20 by 20. The F-150 doesn't fit in that either, regardless of if you have a storage unit in your garage or not. Let's let people buy what they want to buy, let people build what they want to build, and let's just move on with our lives. This is not, and if the attorneys got this so wrong that it required a half an hour explanation from a council member to let the attorneys know, you weren't getting on the developer for doing it wrong, you were getting on staff for approving something the developer got wrong. We can fire all our attorneys and we can just have you review all the applications, and will apparently be as well served as we are now. I don't want to go that route. I think we have paid staff and paid experts for a reason, And they have signed off on option one that has been proposed, and I am willing to trust that opinion. I don't always trust everything the staff brings me, but I trust that they have done their job. If we are sitting here as a council saying, well, the attorneys looked at it, but we don't know how well they actually looked at it, they signed their name to it. That means they looked at it as well as they can look at it, or as well as they needed to feel good about it, or whatever. You can interrogate them on if they're doing their job or not. But we don't get to sit here and second guess if the staff did their job. That's not what we do. So it's ridiculous. I'm sorry.
I'm just going to say thank you for the personal attacks, and civility should be rule here. And I'm going to tell you that you were out of order for the personal attack, and I resent that. I have an opinion. I am able to express that opinion. I'm able to analyze this based on my opinion, and I'm sorry you don't like it. Councilmember Pack.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, please note, everyone, usually we don't deliberate this long. This has just been something that has gone back and forth for months and months. So while I'm happy that you're seeing the public process in action, perhaps, on other nights you could see more items go swifter. So I do see it both ways, which I always strive to do, but I don't want to be a milquetoast or ambivalent. It's true that our staff and attorneys have said that this meets city code, while we're saying that we need to work on our city code so that we can bring things better into compliance, our view of compliance. I don't want to put the cart before the horse and approve something that would not be able to get the necessary services of water and sewer, while noting that we do that all the time. We'll approve something saying, yes, we're going to approve that, noting that in order to make that development work, there's going to have to be an enhancement of services for electrical, water, police, fire. In a way, it's if you build it, they will come, but you can't do too much too soon. There needs to be a balance. I am concerned about the open space, the HOA, while also noting that we can address that. We can get that right. So I do see it both ways. I don't want to do anything that's politically expedient or motivated. I just want to be more of a community servant. I don't want to do anything against code. It can be argued if it's for code or against code, but if our staff, whom we trust, has said that it is within code and that we can meet the necessary utilities that will be needed in the future, then I do want to give credence to those who we've employed full time to do that. Should there be a check and a balance? Yes, we are that check and balance. So that's the issue that we're coming up against, right? Are we putting the cart before the horse, or aren't we? Do we want to get something just done quickly, or do we want to do it right? Yes, please. I'll take both, please. Thank you. We are definitely close. I'd love to see this work. Would I love to see option 2 work with the what the residents wanted? First and foremost, yes. They're fine with number 1 as well. It's the same amount of homes. And we're going to have to make sure that there's enough infrastructure to support that. That's why we have the processes in place. So, thank you.
I have one last, I'll have a comment. You talk about relying on the staff report, and the staff report continually says in the MDA we need details for water, we need details for sewer, and those are conveniently missing from the MDA. So if you want to rely on the staff report, you've got to rely on the whole thing and say, wait a minute, the MDA is suspect because the MDA doesn't even meet the staff recommendations in the staff report. So, we can talk about who's supposed to have responsibility, but at the end of the day, the staff said MDA needs to include details, and this MDA does not. So, take that for what it's worth. The staff said the MDA is not good, or the staff says the MDA needs to have details, and we do not have those details. If you vote for the MDA, by the way, you're voting to give the HOA more power and requiring the staff to do more work to keep track of all the exceptions on this corner, and I refuse to do that, so thank you. There is a motion on the table. Once again, the motion was made by Councilmember Jacob, seconded by Councilmember Bloom. Hearing no other discussion, Ms. Quick, let's take a roll call vote.
May I just make sure I have the motion correct? This is to approve ordinance 2225 with option 1.
Yes.
Is that correct? Thank you.
That is correct.
Thank you. Okay, Council Member Jacob.
Yes.
Council Member Pack.
No.
Council Member Bloom.
Yes.
Chair Whitelock.
No.
Vice Chair Green.
No.
Council Member McConaughey. Oh, you have a motion that is tied 3-3.
No, that was 4-2. McConaughey, Green.
I show Jacob yes. Pack
What?
no. Is that correct?
No.
Bloom yes. Whitelock no. Green no. And McConaughey yes.
No.
Oh, McConaughey was no. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yes. Sorry. So it failed.
It was 4-2. Or
Pack,
2,
I have no.
2-4.
2
Fails.
to
That,
4.
that motion fails 2 to 4.
Thank you. Sorry.
I will. Councilmember McConaughey.
So I don't want to leave it totally open-ended, so I will just throw out a date in there. Would the second meeting of December be reasonable? Have this brought back no later than the second meeting of December, which would be the third week because we shift in December. Looking for noddings of head from a developer, from staff, from council. I'll throw it out there and be open to a friendly amendment if necessary, but move to table until no later than the second council meeting of December.
Mr. Wall.
I guess I'm a little bit confused. You voted no on the ordinance to approve the MDA without a condition to bring it back. Why are you talking about bringing it back?
The motion to approve with option 1 failed, so there's still the possibility to bring back with a different option, or to let the developer go back and propose a different option and bring that different option back to us. If they come back with the same thing, I mean,
Then I'd recommend that you make that clear in the motion, not just rely on what the.
How would you recommend verbiage, and could you please state that in such a way that I can say so moved?
Simply make it clear that you, I would say, that you, the motion, you denied the motion to approve the MDA.
With option, well, both of those were included in the one motion.
I would say that you move to, you vote no against option 1, but with the condition that the applicant's still free to bring back another proposal. Because if it's not clear in the motion that you're voting on a condition, I don't want to have to go back through the record to show that you've left that open for the developer. Does that make sense?
I think so, but Councilmember Pack looks like he has an idea, so I'll cede the floor.
Before you go there, Duncan, Mr. Murray, you wrote this.
I would recommend maybe a substitute motion to replace the motion that was just made and add what you were talking about, Mr. Wall.
No, I seconded it. I seconded yours.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
I did it very quickly, but
Chair.
That, the motion that was just made, this is a parliamentary procedure. The motion that was just made was just to approve the MDA with option number 1, which failed on a 2-4 vote. I believe the step you'd need to make before you could entertain the motion from, proposed motion from Councilmember McConaughey is to reconsider that previous motion. And you have to be, the person would have to be on the prevailing side if you wanted to.
Can't we just, we really had two options here. We denied option 1, option 2 is still there. Can we, I think that the motion to table with option 2 for further work would be an appropriate motion.
You could do that. So I'm just saying option 1 is dead.
Option
unless
1
you
is
condition it.
dead.
The
Unless we
motion
can,
is
but
done.
right now, option 1 is dead.
The motion's done.
So I think that
I've got an alternate motion, but if Councilmember Pack wants to chime in, I'll let him go first.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that deference. So just to clarify, what I thought we were doing, of course, is denying number 1. That doesn't mean that we don't want this development to move forward. We're not trying to throw everything out. What we're saying is there's some ideas that need to be worked through here, especially on the HOA common area side. You know, we're not going to get sewer and water in place prior to everything. So what I'm saying is I thought that we were denying just this iteration. It doesn't mean that we're throwing everything out and denying all approval.
what we did was we denied option 1 of the MDA. There is still option 2 of the MDA that was in the packet. We can, because remember, we have to approve the MDA before we can approve the future land use map and the rezone. So what we're doing is we denied the 1 MDA, sending back the MDA for option 2, rework, literally we can rework the MDA with some of the objections we had and fix option 2 at the same time. Correct, Mr. Wall?
Yes, and my concern was you voted down the first ordinance, and if you're not going to now consider option 2, then you're done. And I didn't think that's where you wanted to go. So now if you're going to consider option 2 and condition it, that's great.
So I will withdraw my earlier motion and
I'll agree to that, withdrawing the second.
And I will move that we table ordinances 22-25 and 22-26 to a date no later than the second council meeting of December to allow for a modification of option 2 to be presented to the council for consideration.
Second of that motion.
And I think that gets you where I believe you want to go.
I see a nod from the attorney, but a shrug from the city manager.
When you put date certain on there, it constrains staff's time frame to address some of the concerns in the MDAs you're concerned about.
It does, but at the same time, we've seen in the past where something's needed to be pushed back. So we brought it to a council on the agenda, and in that meeting, we've said, you know what, we need a different date. We'll have a motion to push it back further than that. So I just don't want the residents sitting out there in perpetuity. If you think January would be fine, great, but yeah.
We have a motion by Councilmember McConaughey. We have a second by Councilmember Pack. Cindy, did you get that motion?
Okay, so I heard that we are tabling both of the ordinances to no later than,
Second meeting of December.
thank you,
For
December.
allowing them to bring back a modified option 2.
To modify option 2, okay. Thank you.
I feel kind of like the folks in Parks and Rec where they worry that they might have ruined the model UN for the kids.
Yeah. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion to that motion? Mr. Wall, I see your light on without looking at my thing.
Acting Chair Green, I just want to make sure that the clerk, when she says the ordinances. We're clear on which
Sorry,
ones.
I spelled it all out, but I didn't read them all.
Okay,
You
all
like
right,
me to
great.
read it? Okay.
No, you're good.
I copied it from the report.
Okay.
Okay. To the second meeting of December to allow them to modify option 2.
So
For ordinance number 2225, ordinance 2226.
okay.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Any discussion to the motion? I hear no discussion to the motion.
Chair, may I just one
Go
comment?
go ahead, Councilmember Pat.
Thank you very much. Just so we can help staff, are not to belabor the point, but are there specific talking points that we want to make sure that they cover? For me, it's just that unusable open space, basically.
I'm concerned about the HOA authority and binding us by contract to snowplow operators and the ADUs.
Okay.
And I think if we can clean up some of that doesn't bind us, that the staff has to keep access to this stuff in perpetuity, I'd be more happy on the MDA.
And if I could respond to that as well, I would rather not specify just one or two items in the motion itself, rather rely on them to go back and listen to a recording of the meeting to capture all the depth that was shared.
May I speak, Chair?
Please.
Might I suggest that perhaps Councilman Green share his sheets with staff so that they can have that to review? Would anyone be opposed to that?
Duncan, there you go.
Thank you.
Done.
And Chair, may I have a point of personal privilege real quick?
Please.
I just want to apologize to you, Grizzlies. I did not anticipate this would take so long. Otherwise, I would have had you go first. So, but you have seen, as you've learned in school, government is messy, right? Government is messy. And this has been a fine example of that. So, accept my apology.
Making laws is an awful lot like making sausage. Any other discussion of the motion or comments? You haven't ever heard that? Making laws is like making sausage? So, no. We have a motion on the table. Let's vote.
Okay, Councilmember Pack,
Yes.
Councilmember Jacob,
Yes.
Vice Chair Green,
Yes.
Councilmember Bloom,
Yes.
Chair Whitelock,
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Aye.
That motion passes 6-0. Thank you.
Chair, Vice Chair Green.
Yes.
Acting Chair Green. This is not part of the motion. You're done. You did. That's fine. I think you got where you want to go. I would suggest that each of you communicate with, I don't know if Scott wants it to be him, Mr. Langford, what issues you want addressed. Because if you don't do that, although we have the book now, remember that in your form of government, it's 4 votes is up or down. And if you don't do that, you have a very broad spectrum of what issues you all consider to be a problem. You could end up right back where we were tonight without something in front of you that you want to be reworked again. So that's just a suggestion to get you where you want to go up or down with 4 votes. Does that make sense? Yep. Not trying to persuade you one way or the other. Just
Cool. Thank you for the wonderful advice. Moving on, we now have another public hearing, and that is ordinance number 2244, the petition. You know, the problem is it's past all your bedtimes. Your mom and dads are going to wonder what we did. Hey, officer, just make sure that we don't cite them for curfew violations, all right? The next ordinance coming up is the rename, ordinance number 2244 to rename New Bingham Highway, 7800 South to 5600 West to Copper Hills Parkway. Alan, who is the staff member that is doing this?
We have Lori here, I think, still.
Lori, are you still here?
If there's questions, but I can introduce it because it.
I'm sorry you had to get here. I hope we're paying you overtime.
But I can introduce it.
Go ahead,
and
please.
If there's questions, you can ask Lori. There was an application received by Miss Southworth, a member of the community, for a proposal to rename New Bingham Highway to Copper Hills Parkway. Public notices have been sent out as per code. We did receive information from Solid County Addressing, which oversees all street renames within the city. I've included copies of their guidelines in the RCA. And it's specifically in the application, it is for New Bingham Highway from where it goes south at off of 7800 south and proceeds to just west of Copper Hills High at 5600 west. It's that segment of road. And I think I may have a map here. Nope, I don't. But it's basically that segment from 78 south by the airport to 5600 west. I did go out and visit a few of the businesses that are there. The ones that I talked to did not have any concerns. There was also Ariel from the mayor's office. Also went out and visited with businesses, and he sent you an email today showing what the business is concerned. There are no residents that front it. The second item related to this is the fee waiver, and they're both related. So just by way of information for the council, if you choose not to rename New Bingham Highway, then you would not need to consider the fee waiver. If you have any questions, Lori's here to answer them for you.
Does anybody have a question for Lori? Councilmember Whitelock, I'm not going to wait for you to raise your hand. Do you have anything from on high?
No.
Thank you. Hearing no comment or no questions for you, I am now going to open the public hearing comments. If you want to speak in favor or against this, please come up to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes. And I think it looks like the first resident to speak on this is Ms. Southworth. Ms. Southworth, go for it. If you'll push the right button, please. Thank you.
I'd love to. First off, I love you guys, but I love these guys more. So, because they chose to be here, and you're required to be here. So thank you, all of you. My name is Stephanie Southworth, and I am the chair of the Copper Hills High School Community Council. I represent the families and student body of Copper Hills High School, or as we affectionately call ourselves, the Grizzly Nation. In the audience tonight are parents and students in support of this ordinance change, and perhaps a few on Zoom if they were able to last the last 2.5 hours. I am here tonight to ask the council to approve both the ordinance to change the street name of New Bingham Highway to Copper Hills Parkway and the resolution to waive the fees associated with that change. I appreciate the time the council has given me to discuss both topics. Let's start with the street name change. New Bingham Highway used to be a main corridor between the copper mine and the city. Its name reflected its purpose, to get anyone and anything to the copper mine and back. However, the purpose of the road has now changed, and the major attraction when on that road is Copper Hills High School. In fact, the road now ends at the high school. Based on traffic pattern changes and future growth, now is the time to rename the road. Copper Hills High is one of 2 high schools in the West Jordan city limits. Families who attend Copper Hills are extremely devoted to their school and the city of West Jordan. There is extreme school pride within the community, and New Bingham Highway is used frequently for Copper Hills High School events. My most memorable use of the road, I'm getting emotional, is the 2020 graduation parade, which spanned the length of New Bingham Highway. Not only families, but friends and neighbors lined that road. There were no empty spots, and everyone cheered for the class of 2020, who had their senior year changed significantly because of COVID. The road made a perfect venue for all of the city to celebrate during a rough global pandemic. It's special to every one of us who attends or lives in the boundaries of Copper Hills. Often the question is asked, why is the name of a rival high school in your address? I wonder the same, especially because it is the perfect length of road to represent the school student body, the school, let me say that again. It's the perfect length of road to represent the school student body's love for the city and the city's love for the school. There is strong precedence for this type of change. Many high schools surrounding us have sections of road in front of their school named after them. For example, West Jordan High School is Jaguar Drive. Mountain Ridge High School is Sentinel Ridge Boulevard. Harriman High School is Mustang Trail Way. Hillcrest High School is Hillcrest High Drive. And Brighton High School is Bengal Boulevard. And the list goes on and on. Copper Hills High School has its front doors facing New Bingham Highway. Most people who come to school events will use this road. This street means quite a bit to our student body and their parents. We, the Copper Hills High School Grizzly Nation, ask that you please consider changing the name of the street beginning at 7800 South and 4300 West to 8600 South and 5600 West. It would mean so much to our community if you would change the name of New Bingham Highway to Copper Hills Parkway. Now, I'd like to discuss the rationale for a fee waiver. Copper Hills High School Community Council is requesting a fee waiver for the following reasons. The school is a government entity supporting the city and its community. It is literally a nonprofit. It gives back to the community much more than it takes, especially in educating our youth so they can have good paying jobs and contribute to society in the future. The school is a civic center, allowing many events to happen at the school, which means the city isn't asked to build facilities for these purposes. These events include recitals, sports events, and political meetings. The school gives back to the community in many ways, such as allowing the police department to use the school for various training scenarios, giving service to the community. For example, our softball team just planted flowers at Ronwood Park, and participating in Comcast Cares Day, as well as supporting our city by keeping our school clean and in good repair. The City of West Jordan has over the years waived fees for applications that are similar to this. Thus, Copper Hills High School is not asking for something unreasonable or that has not ever been done before. The name change would be amazing. We'd like to be like our sister school, West Jordan High School, having a name that corresponds to our school right outside our doors. You and I will tell our grandchildren how we made this happen. Let's do it.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak? I bet this is Meg Young's SBO president. No?
Yes, I am. I am the SBO
Please
president.
identify yourself, even though I just did.
Okay, I'm Meg Young. I'm the SBO president at Copper Hills High School. It's really good to be here, even though we've been here for like 2.5 hours. It's okay, though. I'm going to make this quick, though, because apparently us high school kids have a curfew. But I want to reemphasize the point that was just made about all the other neighboring high schools around us who have a road that corresponds with their school. And although we do have Grizzly Way, it's on the side of our school, and it doesn't, it's not the address of our school. Because when you look up Copper Hills, the first thing that pulls up is the address, and right under that, Copper Hills High School, it says New Bingham Highway. And again, that's one of our rivals, and it's kind of embarrassing that they're in there, and they're just towering over us constantly. I think changing this name would increase school pride. Ever since COVID-19, our school has seen a huge decrease in school pride, and I bet every single one of these people could attest to that. Hopefully changing this name would bring our student body, along with the rest of our community, closer together. That's all. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Councilmember McConaughey, while I'm asking, is there anybody online that's still there?
We had one checkout that had been online, but we still have two. One of them's connected by phone. Oh, we had another person just barely pop up on the Zoom. So if they wanted to speak in the public hearing here, they would need to hit the hand icon to raise their hand, or if they're on phone, she would need to dial *9 to let us know she'd like to speak about this.
So I'm going to ask it, well, to give time to raise hands on Zoom, I'm going to ask if there's anybody else here in the room that wants to speak on this public hearing. Councilmember McConaughey, I'm going to going once. Let's see, what do we got about? We have no one. We have no one on Zoom that wants to do public hearing. I don't see anybody else. So I'm going to close the public hearing and bring this back to the council. And I see a whole bunch of stuff lit up, but Mr. Anderson, I think you actually were first. Go ahead.
Yes, I neglected to mention, I told Ms. Thompson that I would bring this up. In your packet, there is an Appendix B, or Exhibit B, which is a letter from Salt Lake County Addressing that oversees all names. And I just wanted to give you some clarification before you have your dialogue. In our city code, 7-5-2A2, city staff shall verify with Salt Lake County Addressing Department that the proposed street name would not duplicate street names already being used in other areas of Salt Lake County. That is for public safety purposes. I just want to let you know that Salt Lake County Addressing said there is a duplicate name in Magna. It's called Copper Hill Drive. Salt Lake County Addressing does not look at the difference between plural or singular. It begins about 6400 west, so I want to say it's about 3500 south. So what would happen is, if, just by way of information, if you choose to rename New Bingham Highway to Copper Hills Parkway, Salt Lake County will provide a letter of non-compliance to the city. There is two options for the council to or the city to take at that time. Number one is come up with a different name, or number two is a letter of explanation explaining why the name change is something the city would do. That would satisfy that letter of non-compliance, but just know there is a duplicate name. According to Salt Lake County, Mr. Lead, the CAO, did check with VEC and the Valley Emergency Communication System, and they're not concerned with being able to deliver public safety in those areas, because one of the first questions 911 asks a caller is what city you are in. So they would say Magna or West Jordan. So, but you need to be aware that's in your packet as Exhibit B, the letter from Salt Lake County Addressing. It would not prevent you from changing the name, but there'd be some additional steps that the city would need to do.
What did the county say about Parkway?
The definitions are on your RCA. The term parkway by county code has a planted median in the middle. So that is something that they have. And again, it doesn't, you still have the ability to do that. It's just that the city code requires you to requires the city staff to verify with Salt Lake County Addressing. And I'm not trying to put rein on anybody's desire, but you need to know that the code says we check with Salt Lake County Addressing. They are in charge of all street names. There is a duplicate name. It's singular versus this one, which is plural. Their code is also Parkway is a planted median. That doesn't mean that sometime in the future the city chooses to put a planted median. So anyway, any questions to that, I think Lori could answer, but just be aware that that exists.
Thank you. I've got a whole Christmas tree lit up here. And I don't remember who was first. Council member, I'm going to just start it. I'm going to work my way through this. Council member Jacob.
Thank you. I just wanted to include the testimony of my son who texted me, whose choir concert is now long over, by the way. He says, "Oh yeah, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. Count me in, exclamation point, exclamation point." So I just wanted to have that on the record. And, one other Copper Hills High School student Madrigal is also in favor. So there you go.
Thank you, Council member Jacob. Council member Bloom.
I have to reiterate that my daughter also gave me the thumbs up for it. I have a little bit of confusion with this from the county, because how many cities have Redwood, Main Street, State Street, 2700 South? I don't see Copper Hills Parkway being any less confusing than having a main street in every single one of our county cities. So for me, that's a non-issue, because that's an easy workaround to be in compliance when Copper Hills Parkway makes way more sense here in West Jordan. And it will cause any havoc with our emergency services, which we've just heard from. So I am in favor of keeping that Copper Hills Parkway. It just makes sense.
Council member Pack.
Thank you, Chair. So I've been working on this item for about a decade with various stakeholders, including the residents, businesses, Copper Hills Administration, Jordan School District, PTSA, School Community Council, Magna Police and Fire Chiefs, West Jordan Police and Fire Chiefs, county officials to receive approval and sign off on this. I do need to make a statement that in full transparency and ethics, I need to inform everyone that because I'm so involved in the Copper Hills community, I've been informed by our city attorney that even though it's copacetic with state code, our city code requires that I state that as a conflict of interest, in as much as I've been for 11 seasons the men's tennis coach, the women's tennis coach, the PTA president now and in 2020, a community council member that serves alongside of Mrs. Southworth. So state code 2-04 paragraph 3 mentions when issues arise before the council that directly or indirectly affect an organization on whose board a council member sits, that council member will declare a conflict of interest and abstain from both the debate and the vote, which does not necessarily preclude me being able to pose or answer questions should the council feel that would be appropriate given the institutional knowledge I have. But I'll have to recuse myself from discussion or the vote. But I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Mr. Wall.
Acting Chair, that's actually in your rules.
Yep.
That requirement's not in state code. Is that what you said?
No, that I believe that you were mentioning state code was okay, but our council
Our
rules
rules
preclude that.
it, right,
Yes, thank
correct.
you.
Our rules are more.
And if you'd like to waive that provision, you're welcome to, but it's in the rules.
Okay. Councilmember McConaughey.
Before I get to my questions and thoughts, Mr. Wall, do we have a definition of conflict of interest? I thought that there was some sort of financial or other gain. I don't see that sort of impact with this, and I would hate to
Yeah.
preclude him, but I'd rather
That-
not
No,
waive the rules if.
it's a valid question. In the state code, that's correct, but the council rules are very express, that it doesn't matter whether it's financial or otherwise. It's the fact that council member Pack serves on the committee, that he cannot now participate. And it's a provision that deals with outside boards, committees, and commissions, meaning not city boards, committees, and commissions.
So if anybody on the council were to serve on a PTA, and the council were discussing property tax that potentially impacts the school, they would have to abstain themselves from that
No,
conversation.
they're the sponsor. The committee that he's on is the sponsor of this application.
Okay.
That's what makes it the conflict.
So before we go any
Good
further,
question.
Chair, would you entertain a motion to suspend the rules allowing full deliberation and voting for this matter?
I heard a motion from Councilmember McConaughey.
Second.
Do I have a second? Any I have a motion from Councilmember McConaughey to suspend the rules to allow Councilmember Pack to fully participate in this discussion. I also have a second by, was that you, Councilmember Jacob? Second by Councilmember Jacob. Is there any discussion to the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, I rule that motion passes unanimously.
And just for clarification, was that to discuss and vote, or you're going to abstain from the vote?
So I will rule that passed 5-0 with council member Pack abstaining. So the motion to suspend the rules has passed.
No, but I mean, is the motion that he can
Motion was
participate
to
and
participate in
vote?
deliberation and the vote.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And
Councilman,
with that, if he wanted to continue, I'd be happy to go after him. Oh, all right.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you. So, couple thoughts. First of all, full disclosure, I did attend West Jordan High School, but
And his
I
mom
don't-
still works there.
I don't have any sense of rivalry, however, with Copper Hills. Copper Hills opened while I was attending West Jordan High School, and many of my friends ended up leaving West Jordan to go to the inaugural class of Copper Hills. Feels more like a sibling. I just don't see any rivalry there. So as I'm looking at this, I'm wanting to try and ensure that there's some sort of parity between what we do for Copper Hills and what we do for West Jordan High School. It was brought up that there's already Grizzly Drive, which I thought, okay, well, we got Grizzly Drive and Jaguar Drive, that should do it. But somebody kindly pointed out that that's not our address. The school's not entered from there, so it doesn't really help. So the next question that comes to mind is, well, how do we do this for West Jordan? Is it an honorary street name or is it a formal street name? And what's the distance on that? So
it is an honorary name. It is not a formal name. It goes from 78th South, south until 90th. I do believe. I do not believe it goes past that as an honorary name. In order to
quick clarification on that. How confident are you on it extending to 90th? Looking at Google Maps, it looks like it goes to Mountain View Golf Course, and they've got 27th below that, but Google Maps isn't always right.
I'm not 100% certain how far it goes south, but I do know it starts at 78th. But I do know that it is 100% just an honorary name. And in order to change that, we would need to go through a similar process such as this to get that name officially changed over to Jaguar Drive for that high school.
So they can't use that as a mailing address. It's just on a street sign and that's it.
Right now, it's just on the street sign. It is not on their address.
Okay, thank you. That said, I'm fine with Copper Hills sort of setting the example for West Jordan. West Jordan set the mold for many things that Copper Hills has. I'm okay if that goes both ways. The other concern was looking at some of the feedback from some of the businesses in there. That's an awfully long stretch that was proposed to be renamed, and there were a couple that weren't as on board with that 2-mile stretch. I would be much more favorable to a shorter section, perhaps going from Grizzly Way over to 56, so the entire frontage right there, rather than the full 2 miles. But I'm open to thoughts as well. Those were really the, let me double check. Yeah, those were really the primary items that I was thinking about. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Pack.
Well, thank you, Chair. I would recommend that we make this formal so that it's not just a street sign, but that on websites, letterhead, mailing, that it is Copper Hills Parkway, so that it's comprehensive. Also, to extend the name to any future extension of the road so it isn't confusing when one road has it all of a sudden a different name just because you go through one intersection. So with this, I would recommend that we have language in this motion that any future extension to that road for future development, whether it's a flyover of the freeway, Mountain View corridor, that contain the same name. I do want to be aware that this does impact some businesses, while also noting we've got sign off on most of the businesses and it impacts 0 residents. It seems like the least innocuous street rename that we could ask for in a scenario, since 0 residents would have to redo their addresses. There aren't any residential addresses that would be impacted. Thank you.
Councilmember Whitelock, you haven't said anything. What say ye?
Well, I would hesitate to only name part of the road because I think that's really, really confusing when you're driving down a road and it changes names. So while I understand some of the businesses have a little angst about it, I will be voting in favor of this. I think that it's appropriate that their school will have their name there, and Ms. Southworth is correct. When that road was named, there was a different purpose, and so I'll speak in favor of it. But I will also at this time say that I know from experience that these youth raise incredible amounts of money even in a single day, and I will be voting against the fee waiver, but that is typically what I do. Thank you, Chair.
I'm going to make a comment. I really don't like going against the county. I'd rather prefer that you guys pick Grizzly Nation as the name of the street as opposed to Copper Hills Drive. What's that? Yeah, but you could. Yeah, but Grizzly Way. Yeah, it's already Grizzly, so they may make that a duplicate, but they both be in the same area, and so probably easier to justify to the county. But or we could say that Copper Hills High understands Latin, and they could go with Ursus Way, and everybody'd go, "What in the heck does that mean?" So, those are my comments. Councilmember Pack.
Well, thank you. Also, if it helps to know, when I was talking to the county, you know, this has been ongoing, sometimes they were missing the point. They said, well, you can do like iron oxide drive because that's copper and you know, colors are green and blue. So I've been trying to explain, no, we're trying to highlight the name of Copper Hills. I also want to show deference to history, the historical nature of our wonderful city, and noting that we still have an old Bingham Highway to preserve the historical nature of the two streets that are running not parallel with all the other streets, that is closer to when you do go up to be able to visit the copper mine. And that street does go up to, you know, U111. And so we do preserve history still by keeping Old Bingham Highway. And also then that does not confuse people. Boy, I can tell you a lot of people I've overheard saying, oh, New Bingham Highway, I'm on Old Bingham Highway. It's kind of like when Jordan Landing and Jordan Commons opened up. People were going to the wrong movie theater. This can actually stop some confusion of New Bingham Highway and Old Bingham Highway and preserve history. Thank you.
I would make one comment, though, is if we're going to do this, I do agree with the comment that if we're going to do this, we name that not stopping at 5600 West. We can go, the 8600 South extension or whatever that is, the bridge is going to be completed next spring. That'll go up and over, and that will connect on west, and there aren't any houses that face the street at that point. All the houses are back. I looked at the map. I'm pretty sure that there's nothing. I'd say we go all the way to U111 if we're going to do this. So, no?
Just waiting to be called on by the chair.
Go ahead,
Thank you.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Just, I mean, if we continue that's a lot. I could go for 7800 South all the way up to 5600 West as we've talked about it. I don't want to publicly admit how long it took me to figure out the difference between Old Bingham and New Bingham, so this might save a little bit of egg on my face if we were to do that portion. But I mean, even that's already 2 full miles. If we go from 5600 West and say we're going to continue this through area that's undeveloped, that's the flyover, the overpass that's going to go over Mount View Corridor, past Sierra New Bold Playground. That's committing the developer who's working on that parcel on Jones Ranch. Now it's Dry Creek Highlands now over to U111. Who knows what's going to go on west of that? I mean, you could easily. I would rather we limit it to the streets that are already there. Going back to the examples of what other high schools have done, not looking at West Jordan High School, that again is just honorary. Do you know the length of some of those others? Does it exceed 2 miles?
Bengal Boulevard?
I'm not certain on the length of those others, but the difference that they have with this particular road is they are a coordinate. They are not a named road. You can't have an honorary name on an already named road. So where it's 27th West, that's the coordinate and it's solid all the way through. This coordinate jumps and falls south the whole way. I would also like to point out that only naming a portion of this would be extremely confusing because we do have New Bingham Highway on the other side where Prosperity Drive is.
Well,
it continues.
And just to
that
clarify,
way.
I dropped that train of thought. I'm now just saying if we stop at the existing roads that are out there and not continue all of 8600 West going west, I'm saying I'd like to see it go from 78th to 56th, like was proposed, but not extend for an additional mile to 56, an additional mile over to U111, additional who knows what up the side of the mountain when we get there.
And I agree with you on that, specifically because we're looking at the extension of Parkway. Those other roads are going to be much smaller than the existing New Bingham Highway and will not have the opportunity to have that island, that decorative island in the middle where New Bingham Highway could go on what we would like to call a road diet and create that aesthetic.
Road diet. Nice. Thank you.
Councilmember Bloom, I think you were first.
I just want to say that if this gets past it, and we deserve a celebration for the name change, and that I hope that you still invite us to that celebration. So.
Councilmember Jacob.
I just want to say if this doesn't pass, then I'm going to ask my friends in South Jordan to rename 104 South in front of Bingham High School Grizzly something. Because if we have to have their high school name and our address, they have to have our high school name on their address. So, with that said, I'll move to approve ordinance 22-44.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Jacob. We have a second by Councilmember Bloom. Discussion of the motion. I see two lights on. Let's go Councilmember McConaughey first.
Would you consider a friendly amendment to consider the alternative name Bingham Sucks Boulevard? Sorry, I should not have said that here. Yes.
Motion on the 104
Question
South,
withdrawn.
yes.
Councilmember Pack.
Thank you, Chair. May I request a friendly amendment for that motion to also have the verbiage that we're doing a formal renaming, not an honorary renaming, and to also have that extend on any future road extension out to Copper Hills, since it's going not only to the school Copper Hills, but out to the Copper Hills.
I think it actually has to be, I think Lori made the comment, it has to be a formal name change because it's already named.
Yep.
So it is by
That's in the
definition, this is a
ordinance.
formal name change.
Yep. And I would, and just as a comment to the motion, I would just say that if and when the bridge gets put in and we go further west and we want to talk about naming that, we can talk about naming that when it's time to name that.
And Public Works may be able to do that on their own.
Does the,
Could you please use the microphone for folks watching?
86 South, as it will continue over the bridge and through that new community, will be a lot smaller of a road. It will not be able to accommodate that parkway look that we might be able to achieve with the New Bingham Highway.
it may be a drive or something. Can I just ask the students here, does the grizzly bear have a name? Guz. Okay, I would also then in the future hope that we would rename the bridge. And the bridge goes in, Guz Bridge.
So you've asked for a friendly amendment. Sounds like not necessary. Councilmember Whitelock, one last shot at this.
I'm good, thank you.
I was going to say, I hear the sound of silence. We have a motion on the table. We have an appropriate second. I forgot who. Oh, it was Councilmember Jacob and Councilmember Bloom. This is a resolution or ordinance. Ms. Quick, let's do a roll call vote. Remember, this is a roll call vote for just the naming. This isn't for the fee waiver. So roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Pack,
Yes.
Chair Whitelock,
Yes.
Councilmember Bloom,
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey,
Aye.
Vice Chair Green,
Yes.
Councilmember Jacob.
Yes.
That motion passes 6-0. Thank you.
Normally we don't allow applause, but considering it's 10 o'clock, we'll let you slide.
I will entertain a second motion to deal with the fee waiver.
You need to have a public hearing on a fee waiver first.
Oh, all right. I thought we did. I didn't open them for both, did I? Whoops, I screwed up. Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing for a fee waiver. Is there anybody that wants to speak on the fee waiver? We heard from Ms. Southworth about the fee waiver, but if you want to speak again, you can do that. She's shrugging her head. She's not going to say it. I'm going to open it for public hearing on the fee waiver for New Bingham High, item 5C. Is there anybody here that wants to talk about the fee waiver? If you do, please come up to the podium and speak.
And Chair?
Yes.
We do have those two folks online, so just a reminder, if they want to speak to this public hearing, hit the little icon to raise your hand now, or hit *9 to let us know that you'd like to speak if you're connected by phone. Again, that's *9 if you want to speak on the public hearing on the fee waiver.
And if you raise your hand now, we'll call on you after the people here live and in person speak. Please, go ahead.
Okay, I'm a Copper Hills parent. We have such a large student body, and yes, we do get funds for that, but they need those funds to help our students, not to get a road name change. And so if we can help with that, that would be great.
Thank you. What was your name? Did you tell us? Thank you. Stephanie. Meet my brother, and my other brother. You remember that. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this matter? Please step forward.
Hi, my name is Alonso Alvarez, and just as she mentioned precisely that there are so many other things that we could use the money for, such as more specific in December where we raise a lot of money to family in needs during the holiday time. So I think that waiving this fee would be nice, in which we could use it for something better, in my opinion. Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the audience who would like to speak? Councilmember McConaughey, anybody in Zoom have their hand raised?
Nobody online's indicated desire to speak.
With that, is there anybody else? I will make one final call for both Zoom and for in person. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back for discussion. Council Office Director Anderson, I see your light went on.
Yeah, just by way of information for the public record, the amount of the fee waiver is $1,215.
Thank you. Any discussion on this item? Councilmember Pack.
I was just saying Councilmember Whitelock has her hand up as well.
Okay. Councilmember Pack and then Councilmember Whitelock.
Great, thank you. I know that there's a differentiation between a waiver of fees and service in lieu of fees. Either way, as has been articulated tonight in the meeting, I feel that so much service is given to the community by having Copper Hills High School in our area. Quite often when I'm there, I do see our police officers training and other cities' officers training. It's used for many meetings that are germane to the public good, not just academic, not just district. Now, I don't want to sound like a little over $1,000 isn't a lot of money. It still is, but when you consider overall budgets and other requests that we have of much larger sums, I think that this is a somewhat negligible amount requested given the impact that students over the years and teachers over the years and having that facility in our community bring in. So I feel that the request is definitely a valid one. Thank you.
Councilmember Whitelock.
Thank you. I totally understand school budgets. I understand Copper Hills budget. I understand the good that is done from the fundraisers, but I also feel like what you're asking is you're asking for the businesses and the residents to pay for something that you want, because we don't have to make the name change, right? We could leave the road the way it is. And in fact, at least 3 businesses would prefer that we did. We've chosen not to, and I believe that you paying for it is a better idea than the residents paying for it. The city doesn't actually have money. It's your parents, it's me, it's the businesses. It's our money collectively. And I believe that we should be responsible for those things that we want. And I typically vote no on fee waivers because I don't feel like it's my job to give away the residents' money for things that people want, personal things that aren't for the better of the city. And I do appreciate all that the students and the school contributes. I also appreciate the fact that if that were a huge commercial place, the city would be getting a lot of property tax, a lot of acreage that we get nothing for. So it's a balance, but I have to vote no for the fee waiver. If every student just brought in 50 cents a couple of weeks, you'd have it done in a couple of weeks.
Councilmember McConaughey, I see your light on.
Thank you. I know that we are well ahead of schedule already on our third item, just 3 hours into it. But for lack of not wanting to say anything that's already been said, I'll move to approve Resolution 22-041.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Councilmember McConaughey, a second by Councilmember Jacob. Any discussion to the motion? I just have to tell you I'm torn. I agree with Councilmember Whitelock. This is the change that you want. Why are you expecting the entire city of West Jordan to pay for you? It's a valid justification, and I agree with her. So I don't know how I'm going to vote for the fee waiver, because I do agree that there should be some level of buy-in, ownership, commitment to show that that's what you really want. Yes, you're here, but, and so I'm going to challenge you that if we do vote for this fee waiver, that you look to the future, because I think at some point in the future, the city's going to be asking for some donations for another project that you consider maybe you can donate to that if we give a fee waiver. So just keep that in the back of your mind. The council hasn't decided to do the project yet, but I might anticipate that. Let's go Councilmember McConaughey, then Councilmember Bloom.
Thank you. I agree with Councilmember Whitelock and Councilmember Green. However, I will be speaking in favor of the motion nonetheless. There are a couple different options that we have for removing fees. Number one is just outright request that the fees be waived. I'm not a big fan of that because it's just saying, hey, just let us go, just don't charge us. The other option is service in lieu of fees. And that's where a group can say, you know what, we're going to provide certain services to the city in exchange for those fees being waived. It's something that we see pretty frequently out with like the baseball clubs, the baseball leagues. They'll go out there and they'll do work at the fields. They'll have fundraisers to install fences or scoreboards or things like that. And it offsets the additional amenity that they're receiving at taxpayer expense. I very much prefer to see service in lieu of fees rather than just a request for the waiver. That said, you guys saw a lot tonight. You saw a rather spirited meeting, and I have no doubt that there will be service that's rendered to the city that will that will more than compensate for the dollar value of the change in the street name. I would challenge you to consider how you can if this passes. Like I said, I'm speaking in favor. I'll be voting in favor of it, but I would like each of you to see what you can do to return that favor to the city. It wasn't long ago that I was over at West Jordan High School, and I am now sitting on the West Jordan City Council. You can run at a very young age. I would love to see some of you run for city council. We have different committees that you can serve on. We have a sustainability committee. We have a rodeo committee. We have all sorts of different places where you can serve with the city. If any of you are also performing with the choir or band or anything like that, we do have places there as well. I'd encourage you, if this does pass, to figure out what you can do to help repay that to the city through some kind of personal service. Thank you.
Councilmember Bloom.
I echo everything you just said, Councilmember McConaughey. Thank you for that. And as a parent of who had graduated 2 kids during the pandemic and walking down that road, having a name that shows off school pride. It's not just school pride, it's community pride. And to me, this name change is not just for the school, but it's for our entire community. And so I am in favor of waiving the fees, but I agree. I want to see you guys here, and I want to see you guys on our committees, and I want to see you guys volunteering in the city and bringing your friends with you, because that's going to continue with our community pride and continue making our city a better place to live.
Are there any other discussions to this motion? Hearing none. Let's vote.
Okay, I heard that Chris McConaughey motioned. Who seconded, please? Thank you. Thank
Sorry,
you.
I should have repeated that.
No, it's all right. I just wanted to make sure I got that right. And now we are voting on the fee waiver. Councilmember Bloom?
Yes.
Vice Chair Green?
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey?
Absolutely.
Chair Whitelock?
No.
Councilmember Jacob?
Yes.
Councilmember Pack?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes 5-1.
Chair?
With that,
Chair?
Councilmember McConaughey.
I move that we have a brief recess for 8 minutes until 10:25.
I have a motion by Councilmember McConaughey to recess until 10:25 for 8
Second.
minutes, with the second from Councilmember Jacob. Any discussion to that motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I rule that motion passes 6-0. Yep, thank you. Yeah, I knew this was the meeting from hell.
So just a quick time check. The motion was to recess until 10:25 and it's now 10:24. So just a quick time check. It is now after 10:25. I'm hoping we can get out of here at a reasonable time if we start up. Less unreasonable time.
Sorry, reasonable time lasted about an hour.
Vice Chair Green, can we start?
Vice Chair Green.
Good night, Greg.
I'm going to call the meeting of the West Jordan City Council to order. The next item, we have everybody back in chambers as Councilmember Pat dashes to his chair, and we're going to hear about a restaurant resolution from Chris Pengra. Wait a minute. We're not at 6C yet. I'd like to be. Go ahead, Chris. Mr. Pengra, please tell us what the resolution we're voting for is.
Certainly. Are there any questions?
Not for me.
I'm happy to give you a little bit of background. I had spoken with Councilmember Whitelock, Chair Whitelock, based on a conversation she had had with a local developer who was interested in bringing a sit-down restaurant. As you all know, we've had many conversations with many different brands. In economic development, I always kind of have a philosophy. Do you have what you want? And if the answer is no, not yet, then you haven't done enough to get them. And so this is a very low cost means of doing something that is low impact to us, but allows us to tell our story a little bit better as we are reaching out to restaurants. It's simply saying we are intentional enough and serious enough about bringing dine-in restaurants to the city of West Jordan that we've gone through the trouble of putting a resolution together. Now, will this be successful? I can't tell you today, but I can tell you it's a step in that direction. And so that's what it's intended for.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Pengra? Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Chair. as you know, I am really averse to the idea of trying to do economic development by resolution when it doesn't seem like it belongs in resolution. Why is this not something for the general plan rather than a resolution? How is an obscure resolution 5 years down the road going to help us as opposed to memorializing something in the general plan that highlights it there in a document that's more likely to be regularly referenced?
That's a valid question. I would say that the general plan is a very robust document, and I work with businesses all the time. None of them read the general plan.
And how many of those have asked for resolutions?
When we present them to them, I would say as many as we present it to.
So we could similarly present them the general plan and say, look, this is how dining incorporates into our broader vision of the city. You see that this is tied in with transportation and active communities and everything else. It could just as easily be presented that way as by resolution.
That would certainly be an option, Councilmember McConaughey. I think that there's plenty in the general plan that doesn't speak specifically to restaurants, but speaks to retail opportunities. And this may be an add-on, but I would say a resolution is a pretty bespoke and clear indication of what the city's desire is.
Thank you.
So,
Councilmember Jacob.
Just a quick question. Have you had anybody, owner of a sit-down restaurant, come to you, talk to you about locating in the city, and then said, well, we're not sure you really want us there because there's no resolution?
no, not a one.
Okay, I'm just curious. I just wondered if that ever happened. Or has anybody ever come to you and said, well, we're not sure you really want us? And you said, yes, we do. And they said, how much? And you said, oh, I'll show you how much. We'll get a resolution.
No, that's
Okay.
never occurred either.
Just wondering if anything like that, anything along the, okay, just checking. Not that said, I'm totally not opposed to this, but why stop here? I would also like a car dealership, by the way. I would also like a Trader Joe's. Steakhouse, I think, is covered in this one. Do we need to specify steakhouse?
No, so the language in the resolution is very specific to the restaurant industry. The restaurants we're speaking to, the language is
Right,
in
I'm
there.
just
They
thinking
know.
of other resolutions that we might want to also, think about formulating because that's a good.
So
anyway,
in general,
I'm spitballing.
for clarity, and I won't take much time with this. This is something that was brought to the city or to Councilmember Whitelock from a developer or a developer's representative asking for something to indicate our interest. So, and again, it's low cost. I wouldn't probably say that this is a high impact economic development strategy in general for retail. However, again, it's low cost.
Councilmember Bloom.
If I'm understanding this right, because we hear constantly from residents that we want sit-down restaurants. It's we're always hearing that. I don't see the harm in creating, even if it's just a small thing, of the strength of saying, look, this is how much we really want residents. We'll do what we can. We'll do a resolution and we'll have it in our general plan to show we're serious to our residents that we really want these sit-down restaurants. Am I seeing that right? That's just an added saying, hey, we really want you to be here, correct?
Yeah, I think anytime we take the time to broadcast our intentions and make them known, put them out there in the public sphere, it can't hurt.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Any other comments, or I'll entertain a motion? Councilmember Pat.
Whitelock has her hand.
Oh, Councilmember Whitelock, go for it.
Well, if you're ready for a motion, I'll just make the motion and then I'll speak to the motion. So I move to approve resolution number 22-043.
I'll second.
So we have a motion by Council Chair Whitelock. We have a second by Councilmember Bloom. Any discussion to the motion? I'm gonna go with Councilmember Whitelock first, and then I'll come to Councilmember Pack, and then Councilmember McConaughey.
So as Mr. Pengra explained, I asked for this because a developer said it would be helpful. And I agree with Councilmember Bloom. the more tools we put in our tool belt, the better. And our residents frequently ask, especially on the west side, for sit-down restaurants. And so I don't see the harm in having a tool to do that. And I'm kind of insulted by some of what's been said because we've had other resolutions that I wonder if we really need them, but I don't speak against them. I think we need to work on kindness, folks. Thank you.
Councilmember Pack.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Yes, and as we strive to do this, I think it's important to take into consideration various demographics. I remember having 3 small children. You know, you got a family of 5. It was really nice when we had kind of a buffet style where everybody could get what they want. You know, we did have at one time Golden Corral, a Sizzler, Ruby Tuesdays. I'm trying to think of the other one because remember there were like 4 options where you could just go, you know, get a salad bar. I know we've got like a Zupa's quick service, but I hope as we try to court these businesses, steakhouse, great. That would be nice. That would posture a little more upper scale for us. Price point as well. But just to take into consideration all of the different economics, family makeup, so that we can hopefully offer a comprehensive variety for our growing city. Thank you.
Councilmember McConaughey.
I'm really having a hard time trying to pull my thoughts together after being called out for not being kind. I better just bite my tongue.
We have a motion by Councilmember Whitelock. We have a second by Councilmember Bloom. I don't see any further discussion to the motion. This is a resolution that requires a roll call vote, please. Ms. Quick, roll call.
Councilmember McConaughey,
No.
Councilmember Jacob,
Yes.
Chair Whitelock,
Yes.
Vice Chair Green,
Yes.
Councilmember Bloom,
Yes.
Councilmember Pack.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes 5-1.
Next item up on the agenda is Resolution 22-048, I believe. And that is the submitting 2 names of nominees to the governor for the board seat that we have on the Jordan Valley Water Conservancy District Board of Trustees. Council Office Director Anderson.
Thank you. As we've talked about before, when we fill this position, the state law requires you as the legislative body to submit 2 names to the governor. The governor will then make a selection and go and seek the advice and consent of the Utah Senate. You are able to submit just 1 name, but you would also have to submit a letter to the governor explaining that why you only have 1 name. So those are the options available to you with this. And I've asked Ms. Hanson, the policy analyst, who has software prepared, and she can help you as you cast your decision.
Okay, so for this resolution, you'll obviously have to do a vote, but to help narrow down the nominees, we have an option to have you each vote individually, and then we're going to show the results through Qualtrics if that's what the council would desire. I'm seeing lots of nods. Okay, so something that I did to help keep some form of anonymity is I have put unique codes into these envelopes that I'm about to hand to you. And these envelopes have been shuffled. So I know the codes individually, so I'll know if everyone has voted. However, I don't know which code each council member has. So that way you can have a little bit of discretion in terms of how you voted. And I will send the survey link out to your emails. You should be able to take it on your mobile device or on a larger device such as a laptop or a desktop.
So, and how are you going to get Councilmember Lightlock hers?
I have already delivered it.
Oh, fine. Be that way. Oh, that's why we pay her the not so big bucks. Zach, I'm sticking you with the one on the top.
And I just sent the email to the survey.
I heard somebody's already beat. Mine already did. Nice job, Cassidy. Please enter your 4-digit code. While the council's voting, please provide your feedback after the meeting to Cassidy and Alan. If this because we may not have the software available that we normally had for council chair and vice chair, this may be the way that we need to vote for council chair and vice chair come January. So if you have any feedback, please provide that to Cassidy so that we can improve that process and so that we can make the council election come January more efficient. Ms. Hanson, do you have all 6 votes?
I'm checking right now. How would the council like to see the votes? Would you like me to share a screen?
Yes.
Okay, I will do that.
And then you may have to tell us if there's somebody that's, I think, Rob, you need to walk back through, but if it's a unanimous one, if they're unanimous, then we don't.
Yes, if it's unanimous as to the 2, then you're done. If it's not, then there needs to be a roll call.
Okay.
And that's the new requirement in the electronic meetings provision in the Open Meetings Act.
You know, I wish we could just leave the code the same someday. Oh, my changes. Hey, you know what? There's some legislators that are leaving. We may not have to mess around with the alcohol ordinance for a while. Don't tell them Hans I said that. What's a special? Hey. So based on what I see on the screen, it is unanimous for Zach Jacob. And then there needs to, and it is not unanimous on the other two. So Rob, do we need to take a roll call vote between the other two? So right now, so what we are saying is that Zach Jacob has six votes, yeah. Has all 6 votes. So now the council has to make a roll call vote between me and Mr. Barker. Is that correct, Mr. Wall?
Yes, and yes, and it should be that you all articulate what you voted. This isn't that now you've seen one, you can change your vote. If you want to do that, then there needs to be a roll call vote on both.
Go ahead, council member. I see a couple of questions. Go ahead, council member McConaughey.
All right, so here, since we were voting for 2, it can be a little bit mixed. So are we going to have separate conversation about which one's in which slot?
Good question. So the vote option you were given does not designate which one should be one and which one should
No,
be
it was
two.
a pick 2 candidates,
Then yeah,
period.
you have to have that conversation. Because I would defer to Mr. Anderson, but I think you're required to list 2, and if you have a preference, which one goes first and which one goes second, you'll have to have that conversation. Which name appears first and which name appears second on the ordinance, or excuse me, the resolution that you send to the governor.
So the first thing we need to do is pick between me and Mr. Barker, correct? And then after we have the vote between me and Mr. Barker, then we will decide who is number 1 and who is number 2. Is that correct? Is that what I hear you're saying, Rob? I'm trying to reiterate that.
That is, but I haven't seen how it was given to you, so
yeah,
I didn't see it.
It said select 2.
And did it say, it didn't
Not
say,
in any order.
Okay, then you have to declare who voted for which one, and then you're gonna have to, you do a roll call on those 2, and then you'll have to decide which
one
name
goes
will appear
first.
first.
Okay. So, Ms. Quick, I don't think we need much. Go ahead, Ms. Councilmember Pack.
Thank you. Just brainstorming here, seeing if it's copacetic with city code. It seems like if Councilmember Jacob has a unanimous vote and it's a question of Mr. Barker or Chair Green, Vice Chair Green, wouldn't that be a 1 and then a 2? And or can't we vote again between, vote anonymously between Councilmember Green and Mr. Barker? Can't we do that anonymously now that we know Councilmember Jacob's already there? Can't we now do another anonymous vote between Mr. Barker and Councilmember Green?
The way the Open Meetings Act is written, you would just declare what your vote was. It's a roll call to see what your vote was.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let's go back, Rob, Mr. Wall. The first vote we have to do is between me and between Kelvin Green and Bart Barker. We have to decide based on a roll call vote which one of those we're going to vote for.
Correct. How you voted. A roll call as to how you voted.
Okay. It's an articulation of what we already did.
In state code for an electronic meeting, if the vote is not unanimous, you must do a roll call vote. That's why we are doing this.
Oh, this is okay.
For an electronic meeting. So this, what Rob is saying, Mr. Wall is saying is, those that voted, we're going to do a roll call vote, and you're going to specify whether you voted for Kelvin or whether you voted for Mr. Barker.
Okay, so we're declaring who we voted for. Okay. Ms. Quick.
So I just want to make sure, sorry. I'm just asking you who you voted for with this roll call vote.
For between me and Mr. Barker.
Okay, so I'll just use a new voting thing because I didn't have one, but I have it all randomized. So we'll start with Councilmember Jacob. Oh.
Somebody else's microphone.
Wait, can somebody?
My vote was for Kelvin Green.
Thank you. Chair Whitelock.
My vote was for Kelvin Green.
Councilmember Pack.
My vote was for Bart Barker.
Councilmember, oh, she's gone. Councilmember McConaughey.
Mr. Barker.
Vice Chair Green.
I actually voted for Mr. Barker. I did not vote for myself.
Councilmember Bloom.
I voted for Mr. Barker.
Thank you.
So right now we have two people. We have Zach Jacob and Bart Barker. But what we need to decide, because we didn't make any priority in the selection, is we need to decide who is going to be the number one selection to send to the governor. Is that appropriate to do by secret ballot, or do we have to do that by roll call vote, Rob?
You can do a motion, but if it's not unanimous, then you need to do roll call.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'll make a motion that the primary on sent to the governor is for Zach Jacob. Oh wait, so we need to do.
She said primary.
Right.
So I have a motion by Councilmember Bloom, seconded by Councilmember Jacob, that the primary person submitted to the governor will be Councilmember Jacob. All those in favor?
Or does it need a roll call?
No, we can do this. We can do this voice vote
Voice
unless we
unless
have
it's not
a
unanimous.
dissent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Actually, I'm wrong. You have to do roll call anyway because you're in an electronic meeting.
Oh, okay.
My oversight.
So,
Remember my first time.
we're gonna do a roll call vote. You will either declare Councilmember Jacob or Mr. Barker.
Well, no, the motion was Councilmember
I mean,
Jacob.
but
Now it's yay or nay.
it's
On the motion.
it's okay. You're right. You're voting yes on the motion for Zach to be the Councilmember Jacob to be the primary. That is the motion before the council. Roll call vote. Any discussion to the motion? I see Councilmember Conahay's hand up.
Thank you, Chair. While I'm in opposition to the motion that's been offered, I would recommend including an approval of the resolution along with those names, just so we don't, okay, we've got that. Now we need to do one more vote approving the resolution with it. Just I would suggest combining it in the resolution or in the motion.
So, can I go back and fix that then?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay. I move that we approve resolution 22-048 with Zachary Jacob as the primary submission to the governor.
And I'll still second.
So we have an amended motion that we're going to approve the ordinance and put Zach's name as the primary. That is the motion. Any discussion to the motion? Hearing no discussion, Ms. Quick, let's do a roll call vote.
Thank you. Vice Chair Green.
Oh, you would have to make me vote first. Yes.
Councilmember Bloom.
Yes.
Councilmember Jacob.
Yes.
Chair Whitelock.
Sure.
Councilmember McConaughey.
No.
And Councilmember Pack.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-1.
Moving to the next item on the agenda, we have resolution 22-046, authorizing the mayor to execute an interlocal agreement with Salt Lake County on corridor preservation funds for 8600 South Bridge over Mountain View Corridor. You've stepped up to the podium, so I bet you're in charge.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Resolution 22-046 allocates an additional $146,000 to the city for the acquisition of property for the 8600 South Bridge. That brings the total amount the city receives to $315,000. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
So what you're saying is we're going to get money if we do this?
Mm-hmm.
All right. That's a no-brainer for me. Councilmember McConaughey.
Move to approve resolution 22-046.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilmember McConaughey to approve the resolution. We have a second by Councilmember Bloom. Any discussion to the motion? Hearing none, let's have a roll call vote.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Councilmember McConaughey motioned and
Second by
and Bloom
Councilmember
seconded.
Bloom.
I'm sorry. Thank you so much.
Nope, you're good.
Thank you, Councilmember Pack,
Yes.
Councilmember Bloom,
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey,
Aye.
Chair Whitelock,
Yes.
Vice Chair Green,
Yes.
Councilmember Jacob.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes 6-0.
Moving to the next item is consent. I'll entertain, I think there's only approving minutes on there, isn't that correct? I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve all consent items.
I have a motion by Councilmember McConaughey.
Second.
I have a second by Councilmember Jacob. Since this is just consent with no with no resolution, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Mayor, have fun signing that one. We move to council office reports. Anybody wish to do council office? Well, we first go to council office reports. Council office Director Anderson.
Nothing to report this evening, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilmember Jacob.
I want to just throw out there a public apology for having kind of lost my decorum. I don't very often get that way, and it's just been a long night. So I just wanted to put that out there. Nothing personal.
Thank you. Councilmember Pack.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I want to thank everyone that participates in this public process. City staff, we've got staff members that had to sit through 4 hours to make a 30-second presentation. We have high school students, parents, community members, council members who have missed a family event for this. I recognize the sacrifice that we all incur. Hopefully, it's for, hopefully the benefit outweighs the cost. I know it's tough juggling all of these competing priorities in life. So I'm thankful for my colleagues, for our city staff, residents, employees, council office, mayor staff, everybody who strives to do what's right. Thank you for, again, for the tree replanting on 4800 West and other public issues that I forward to the staff saying, hey, can you fix this sidewalk because it's caused an accident? Hey, what about this and that? So much thanks to Mr. Lee, Corbin Lee, for taking my phone calls and texts, and kudos to the city. We've received letters from the Drake family in that project trying to get that resolved. So again, there's just so many projects going on simultaneously, concurrently. I'm grateful for the efforts that everybody puts in to attending town hall meetings and whatever it takes to make this city move forward as well as it does. Thank you.
Anybody else have any comments? I'm going to make a couple of really quick ones. First off, I want to thank Chief Wallentyne and the mayor for sponsoring the Faith in Blue breakfast. If any of you missed that, that was a really good opportunity to interact with a whole lot of different groups of faith. Interesting in the fact that the respect that Chief Wallentyne has to the fact that Janetta Williams that's in charge of the NAACP was here at our breakfast. So kudos to Chief Wallentyne and the rest of the West Jordan Police Department. Last week was ULCT. And I went to the Association of Municipal Council, and 90% of the discussions is on affordable housing and moderate housing. And if you are tired of hearing that, you ain't seen nothing yet. So yesterday's whole discussion was with workforce services on our moderate income housing plan. I'm glad ours is turned in on time. Thank you. A couple of kudos out to staff. Justin Riddle is a Riddle? Justin Riddle and what? Rail. He's a rock star in your public works department and utilities. He's great. He answered a lot of my questions, and so thanks for him. There was somebody else, and I'm missing them. I'll think about it probably at 3:00 this morning. And last but not least, I want you to think about something. As we were at ULCT on Thursday, actually, I want you to think about, go back and read Chief Wallenstein's speech to the Faith in Blue. A lot of that applies to us too. And so read that speech and think how it applies. I was sitting there thinking how that applies to me. So think about it. On Thursday night at ULCT, Jenny Taylor gave a great speech. The links will be out here shortly. I would challenge every member of the council to go out and listen to Jenny's speech because it was extremely compelling. After the meeting, and I know Councilmember Whitelock has talked to Mayor Ramsey over in South Jordan, and I talked to Jenny Taylor about bringing a Gold Star Memorial to West Jordan City. Bringing a West Jordan Memorial to West Jordan City will cost us $60K. If you'll think about that, we may put that on a business item agenda to get a vote to whether or not you would be willing to allocate $60K. And then what West Jordan or what South Jordan did was they did that, and then they asked for public donations to help offset the cost. And by the way, Mayor Silvestrini wants to beat us to get the next one, and I told him, sorry, we're going to beat you first. So the race is on between us and Mill Creek. So if I'm throwing down the gauntlet, and so we will put that on a future agenda to talk about if we want to do a budget amendment for $60K and put a Gold Star Memorial out in someplace around the flagpoles out there with Veterans Park. But that's all I have. Anybody else? I don't have any housekeeping items. Council Chair Whitelock, do you have any housekeeping items that you have?
No, thank you.
Staff, we have a kind of a new flow chart for a couple of the staff actions. We will email that out. I didn't get it printed out. We'll email that out to you, just kind of help solidify the timelines, and you'll see it. It's not much that we're doing different, but just trying to lock down a couple of things. We had 4 agenda items tonight that didn't meet the council rules to get it in on time. So with that being said, I will entertain a motion, and we probably need to go back to committee of the whole. So Councilmember McConaughey, make your motion, please.
Move to adjourn city council meeting and reconvene committee of the whole.
I have a motion by Councilmember McConaughey. Do I have a second?
Second.
So I have that would just be a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. We're going back to the committee of the whole. So we will now adjourn the council meeting. We will go back to the committee of the whole. And I'm going to call to order.
No.
No?
I've got to end this public meeting and go back to the committee of the whole meeting.
But I can call to order, and then we'll take the technical break. Can we do that? No, we have to take the technical. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we're going to take a slight break till Mr. Anderson has the Zoom technology, and then we'll reconvene as an open meeting. And by the way, we're going back to a closed session to discuss the property. So actually, you know what? You may be able to take the first 5 minutes. Let's go out of order. Let's let Councilmember McConaughey take the 5 minutes that you want to do for your agenda item, do the 5 minutes in an open meeting, and then we'll go to the closed meeting, and then all we have to do is come back and close that meeting. Does that work, Alan? Okay, thank you. That's what we'll do. We'll wait till we get the all clear signal from Mr. Anderson to, with the technology.
Did anybody with a boxed lunch have a cookie they didn't want? I don't know if there's cookies in there.